Before we head into the grand finale of Higurashi, I gotta tell you guys something. There's been someone supporting me for the past year by messaging me at the start of every Higurashi recording. And that someone would be Frazier, a best buddy of mine that's been featured in a lot of my videos. So, I decided for the grand finale to my most popular Let's Play to create a sort of miracle with a bunch of my other friends. So, I hope you enjoy.
When they said it's Higurashi time, I cried. Greatest visual novel I've ever read.
It's Higurashi Kuroshi time.
It's Higurushin and Splution time. I don't even know what these mean. Please, someone call my manager. I can't do this anymore.
It's Higa smooching and mooching time. 2 times speed reverb slow.
It's Higurashi. Here we go again time.
It's Higurashi When They Trail in the Sky featuring Big Papa Pump Holla If You Hear Me time.
Guys, it's the Higurashi singing clash, clicking crash, singing slasher time.
It's Void C, Void Do, or whatever it was, Higurashi time.
It's time to be Higurashamed of yourself for not including these messages.
It is time. It is time. It is Higurashi time.
Dear Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't Higurashi time. So I just wanted to tell you all. It's Higurashi time.
It's Higuru Devil time.
It's the Phantom of the Higura time.
Higurashi When I Cry.
It's Higurashi Poo-Tang Pie time. It's Higurashi time, baby. Let's go. Woo!
With a tear in my eye, one final time. It's Higurashi time.
What is going on, everybody? Voidlego here, back with the final episode of Higurashi When They Cry. Last time on, we had just finished up Chapter 8, in which pretty much everyone lived happily ever after. Takano got blocked up, everyone became, best friends and all that, and Hanyu even got to stay and all that. We had an interesting alternative ending in which Rika seemed to kind of go back in time or go into the fragment when Takano was still a child and gave her the choice to live or die, and Takano decided to live and go with her parents on the train, but the train didn't crash this time, and so they were able to happily live and collect her last 20th flag collection, which was very interesting. And then here we are with Lei as Rika seemed to get hit by a car and wakes up in a all new different world that she has never seen before. The Ire institution doesn't seem to exist anymore. That's replaced by the Takano institution instead. And there's no sign of any handling by the Tokyo organization. So yeah, and also I hope you guys enjoyed that little intro I created. But yeah, let's get into the finale, guys. Thankfully, Mion was still class president. For some reason, that was a relief. Oh. Was there even a club in this world? If I could receive the baptism of those crazy club games, maybe it would clear up my feelings a little. On days we had club, she'd always call all the members right when school ended. Expecting that, I stayed in my seat as everyone ran out into the hallway. Satoko was one of those who dashed out. She was flying headlong towards the entrance, jostling the other kids her age. Satoshi left too, following behind her. Mion and Wena talked to each other as they got ready to leave. As far as it looked, we didn't have a club. The club was annoying at times, but I yearned for it so much now. Was there no club in this world? As I started to feel lonely, I saw a grin spread across Mion's face before she and Rena approached me. Normally that grin would look gross, but when Mion did it didn't feel bad. Our eyes met. Thank goodness. Even this world had the after-school club it was supposed to.
Hey, Rika-sama. お帰りになる前にちょいといい？
For the first time since coming to this world, I smiled. I had no idea of what was going on in this world, so having one of my hopes come true made me very happy for the moment.
違うよ。明日の日直でしょ。はい、これ日誌ね。で、部活って。なんだ、リカちゃんも私の部に入りたいの？
It gleaned two things from Mion's few words. One was that I still wasn't a club member. The other was that even so, the club still existed. For me, right now, that was an incredibly happy thought.
ならばフルでリカ、君に我が部への入部を許可しよう。みーちゃんおかしい。
Mona laughed like it was a funny joke, but why?
ただリカちゃんとは同じ部になれても部活動は一緒にはできないんだよね。どうしてなのですか？だってリカちゃんちと私たちんち方向違うじゃない？
Oh. When Mion said her club, she probably meant the club of not having a club, the going home club. And she must have been saying we went home in different directions, which was why I couldn't do club activities going home together with her. In other words, the club doesn't exist in this world either.
みーちゃん、その部活動、たまにはリカちゃんと一緒でもいいんじゃないかな。
You know, from little have we seen of this world, the type of vibe I kind of get from it is that, I don't know, this is very weird to put it, kind of realistic? I don't know. I mean, that's the only word I could put it. It's more just normal. Like, there's nothing extraordinary about it. Not even the old people are like bowing their heads to Rika at all. It seems like this world is more normal than anything else, than any other fragment we've been to.
逆方向じゃん。たまにはいいんじゃないかな。かな。
After I realized I'd have to go home all alone, Lena said she'd leave school with me. That kind consideration was just like the one I knew so well. We didn't have club, but Mion and Lena were still Mion and Lena.
私は悪いけどパスするわ。チャキチャキ直帰しておじさんとこバイト行かないとなんないんで。そっか。じゃあ帰宅部の放課後活動は私とリカちゃんの2人でしよっか。ありがとうです、レナ。
The three of us headed for the entrance. Our outdoor shoes were the only ones left.
僕が知っているより上履きの数が少ないのです。
Yes, I decided to naturally mention it. Lena responded right away.
寂しいけど仕方ないよね。よらば大樹、長いものにはぐるぐるってとこさね。そんじゃ悪いけど、私はこのまま失礼させてもらうわ。じゃ、レーナ、リカちゃんのエスコートお願いね。レイナ。
Wait.
何？なんでもないです。
Lena was the kind Lena I knew, but her name wasn't Lena. Rena. That was Lena's real name, but in the worlds I knew, she'd thrown it aside. Which meant she hadn't given up being Rena? Or her path leading to today was different from the one in the worlds I knew? I knew Rena hated herself because she considered herself responsible for her mother's divorce. And as she messed up both her life and herself, she would have decided to part ways with that old self, start over, and rename herself Rena. But that didn't happen. That wasn't the only thing I learned from this conversation either. Regarding the number of people in the class, when I mentioned there weren't many people, they acted like there was a reason. That meant the current number of students in this world hadn't been that way from the start. It had decreased to this number. Mian went off and Rena and I left school together. When we went across the schoolyard, I saw Satoko fooling around playing tag.
Satoko-chanを見てるの? Me.
Her name was different, but she still picked up on these things quickly.
さとこちゃんも悪気があってボールをぶつけたんじゃないと思うよ。許してあげて。ね。別にどうとも思っていませんですよ。
Rena seemed to be trying to smooth it over. Kinda sounded like Satoko and I were normally friendly with one another. So I asked.
僕とさとこは友達ではないのでしょうか? そんなことないよ。ちゃんと同じクラスの友達だよ。
The way she said that was enough of an answer. Now I knew why Satoko acted so coldly to me in the nurse's office. In this world, Satoko and I weren't friends. Maybe that made sense. After all, if Satoshi was alive and well, then Satoko would spend all her time with him. The reason Satoko and I got to the point we could call close was because Satoko ended up all alone. I asked her to stay at my house and we started living together. Of course, we were friends before that too, just nowhere near how close we were in 1983. Maybe in the end our relationship was nothing more than me sitting in Satoshi's empty seat. When I thought about that, when I considered what would happen if Satoshi was around in June 1983, maybe this was the most natural future. With regretful eyes, I watched as Satoko walked about. Satoko looked like she was having a lot of fun with her other classmates. She wouldn't even notice me going home from school. I'm going to stop thinking about it so much. For the true world I need to reach, this world is all but a defective one. I don't need to bother trying to understand a broken world. But why would Rika end up here if she did die? Maybe this is what happens after breaking Takano's will.
随分空いてるお店も減ったね。
When we went through downtown, with all its stores and with their shutters down, Reina spoke up. Maybe because Takano's will was so strong, once we break it, the possibilities of different Himizawas just became more possibilities, Willie, I guess. Maybe. I didn't care about this world anymore, but as a classmate going home with her, I answered unconsciously.
どうしてこんなにもお店が減ってしまったのでしょう。それは当然だよ。来年までしか営業できないもんね。
Next year.
来るお客さんだって減る一方だし。早めにお店を畳んじゃう人がいてもおかしくないよ。どうして来年までしか営業できないのですか？仕方ないよ。立ち退きだし。
The dam.
立ち退き？残念だけど仕方ないもんね。それに村は沈んでも村が育んでくれた私たちの魂が滅びるわけじゃない。
So the dam construction plan did go through. Without the interference of Tokyo, there would be nothing to stop it, Willie. They gave a start when I heard that. They couldn't. No, it was possible. In every single world, the story of Himizawa being submerged under an artificial wake was always present. But the Area Institute, working from shadows, would make sure that the dam project was cancelled. If there was no Area Institute around to make them cancel it, that meant the dam project was proceeding as planned and...
じゃあ村はダムに。集水は来年で決定らしいよ。水没にはかなり日数がかかるそうだけど、私は見たくないな。湖になった後ならともかく、沈んでる最中を見るのは悲しいかな。反対運動とかはなかったのですか？最初はあったらしいね。でも国の発展のために私たちだけがわがままを言うわけにもいかないし、よくは知らないけど国の人も親身になって相談に乗ってくれたらしいよ。
The damn conflict I was hearing from Rina wasn't even a conflict in this world. Everything regarding the dam was completely different from the worlds I knew. They proposed the Himizawa Dam project, which was the same as the worlds I knew. Relations between the nation who wanted to evict us and the residents who refused gradually worsened and eventually broke down. It snowballed into a dire conflict over the dam. But in this world it had been different from the very beginning. First off, relations between the country and the village were stormy at the very beginning, but apparently that was resolved quickly. The Sonozaki and Kimiroshi families negotiated on the village's behalf, and they accepted the eviction on the promise of a large sum of compensation money. After that, the conversation was between the three families and the villagers. Nobody wanted to part with the soil of their ancestors. But for the villagers, who certainly couldn't be called wealthy, the money the nation would provide was no trivial matter. They worried over it to no end. Rumors flew about, wondering if Osho-sama's curse would befall them if they abandoned these lands. But the Furude family had. My father, in other words, declared we couldn't be cursed if we built Osho-sama a new shrine somewhere else and remembered to honor him. Despite many objections, the elderly agreed on a cooling-off period of several years. In addition to the compensation money, they demanded from the government the movement of the Furude Shrine, the graveyard, and its symbolic trees, in addition to the guarantee of a new place they could call Himizawa. And if those requests were fulfilled, they would consider agreeing to the eviction. The nation consented to this. They proposed prefectural occupation rights of reclaimed public housing land in Shishiborn. With regards to giving the town a new name, they considered the residents' proposal as most important, and they consented to the movement of the shrine, graveyard, and other locations as well. In conclusion, though there were several years of turmoil, the damn conflict never happened in this world. Everything was resolved through talking alone. And the villagers had actually agreed to the dam project. The actual construction of the dam had begun a few years ago, and apparently construction vehicles were a constant source of traffic on the village's wider roads. And the eviction deadline was set at the end of April next year, so more than a few families had begun moving out in advance. One closed shop shutter had a worn paper notice on it. On it was our deepest gratitude for your many years of patronage. I spotted a few other notices with a post to the dam on them, but those had deteriorated over time, a silent indication that the dam war was a thing of the past now. It's very interesting how technically this is, I guess, the best timeline, you know? Like, Ira Institute never came here. The Himizawa syndrome probably doesn't exist here. The damn conflict never happened. Yet it's so bittersweet. You know? That the village never came together and fight against it as hard as they did. That there was no Tokyo to interfere with the relations of it. That Satoshi probably just led a normal life. There's no paranoia, there was no suspicion, really. It's just a normal village with normal people. But yet it's so bittersweet. It's like the type of vibe I'm getting from this chapter is kind of the end of JoJo Part 6, if anyone has watched that. The very end of it, where the universe has resetted and Emporio is all by himself, and he's surrounded by familiar faces of people he once knew, people he once called friends, yet they were different. They led happier lives, yet they weren't the people he knew, that he came to love, to grow besides. That's the type of vibe I'm getting here. After everything we've gone through, after everything we've learned about these characters, Rika ends up in this world where it should be a happy ending. This should be the best timeline. Like, nothing horrible happens to them, yet there's this feeling in your gut of, these aren't the characters I grew to love. These are different people with different lives that are so different from them, even though they have the same faces and names. It's such an interesting feeling a writer can capture.
クラスの子も全員が公営住宅に行くわけじゃないみたいだね。さとこちゃんちなんかはよそへ引っ越しちゃうみたいだよ。仲良しのみんな全員と会えるのも来年までかと思うとなんだか寂しいよね。みー。
The village I was born and grew up in became submerged was very sad. But all my classmates enjoyed this day to the fullest, even though they knew that seemed so strong to me. And if the damn war never took place, that would cause several other effects. For example, the relationship between the Sonozaki and Hojo families. At the beginning of the dam conflict, the Hojos declared themselves in favor of the dam, with the Sonozakis in opposition, and the former ended up as scapegoat of the village for a long time. But that trouble never occurred in this world.
さとこちゃんのお家？さあ、普通だと思うけど。別にみーちゃんちとも特別接点はないと思うけどな。さとこは家族と仲良くできてますか？あ、お父さんの話？
Even without the dam conflict, the presence of a stepfather would be a burden on Satoko's mind. And with the L5 symptoms appearing, she would push him from the viewing platform at the park and be given to the care of her malicious aunt and uncle. Because her stepfather's presence would be the very gateway to Satoko's later unfortunate fate.
今にして思うと、最初の頃のギクシャクした関係もいい思い出かもしれないね。血がつながっていない親子だからこそ、互いが父であろう、娘であろうと努力することによって、ひょっとすると実の親子より強い絆を作れることもあるかもしれないもの。私も何度かお話をしたことあるけど、家族を支えようと頑張るいい人だったよ。それ、さとこの今のお父さんの話なのですか？うん。
Which meant in this world none of the dice surrounding Satoko had come up on one. For Satoko, did that make this world a happy place for her? My walk home with Rina was very significant for me understanding this world. And I found out that this world's composition betrayed every last bit of my common sense. The reason Rina wasn't Rena, that was different from the very start. First, the Riku family didn't move to Ibaki. They had lived in Himizawa this entire time. Her mother was still working as a designer at a small company in the city. Her father had switched careers and now he was a salesman for his wife's designs. The couple must have been on good terms for one to design things and the other to sell them. As always, her mother's position seemed to be stronger, but their relationship was an average one, and divorce at the very least seemed impossible. That meant a nice, peaceful family for Rina. Yes, as I said before, they may have the faces and names, but they're different people. As a viewer, you should be happy for them, but you're not. The reason is that you didn't grow up in this world. You didn't experience this world. We experienced all the other tragedies, you know, and finally paid off in chapter, 8. But in this world, none of the tragedies happened. Not a single one happened to any of these characters. I'm so surprised. I didn't expect this feeling. I never thought I could ever experience this feeling again. Ever since, the end of JoJo Part 6, that satisfied her fully, and she even said that she lived a happy life. The fact that she knew that without going through hardships, though, she really was still Reina. I asked about the Takano clinic too. It was as the big doctor Yamamoto had said. The Takano's clinic was indeed the one who had been Mio Takano's adopted grandfather, Hifumi Takano. Right after the war, he built a surprisingly grand clinic in Himizawa, which had no doctors and became a celebrity to the villagers. I learned that there was a monument dedicated to Takano in the place of the one dedicated to Yuri in the worlds I know. After Takano's passing, there was nobody to exceed his place in the clinic, and for a long time it had been left empty. That was when a man from Yokoyama named Yamamoto arrived and breathed new life into the clinic. Takano had discovered the Himizawa syndrome and searched for research sponsors but found none. And eventually Mio Takano would succeed him, but what if the older Takano had found a sponsor? Neither Mio Takano nor Yuri would appear, and the Takano clinic being built right after the war would make sense. Which meant that Takano in this world had been blessed with good dice rolls. At this point I had a vague idea about something. Weren't these dice rolls the exact opposite of the ones for the world I knew well? The people themselves hadn't changed at all, but the dice God had cast for these people were all reversed. So it made sense that it turned into such a strange world for me. I learned one more thing from talking to Reina too. In this world I had no friends. I was all alone. Ketchi never transferred to our school, we didn't have a club, and Satoko had no connection to me. So maybe it was only natural. At that point, I finally realized why Rina had sympathized with me going home alone and done her going home club activities with me. For a moment I was confused when she said goodbye, since we weren't in front of the temple, but I quickly understood. We were in front of the Furude main house. Since Sakano never appeared, there was no Inari Institute, nor any research into Himizawa syndrome, and so my parents never died. At first my parents cooperated with the researchers. But when I fell ill with a high fever one day, they stopped cooperating, had some kind of trouble, and were assassinated. My mother was the hysterical type. When she made a fuss, settling it down took a while. And because she made a fuss, the Area Institute, which wanted to do its research in secret, naturally wanted to make sure she didn't talk. She held such an attitude even though how shady the Institute was. So in a sense, I couldn't deny that she reaped what she sowed. In any case, no matter how many times I did this over, no matter how many times I warned her, it never worked. I mean, I resigned myself to the fact that I no longer have parents by 1981. And I repeated so many times. I'd seen my parents for dozens of years in total, so I was fed up with them. We weren't on good terms to begin with anyway. And now in June of 1983, they were here again. After seeing Reina off, I looked at my royal home. I saw my mother patting out a dried futon in the yard. In a normal world, they would always die, but in this one, they were alive the whole time. I found myself unsure of how to talk to my real mother.
Rika なの? おかえりなさい。みー、ただいまなのです。手を洗ってうがいをしなさい。それから明日持ってく教科書は今のうちに準備しておくのよ。宿題は出なかった?
Yeah, she was my mother, alright. Honestly speaking, I wasn't used to the Furude main house. It was my true home, but had only ever been my home before 1983. Like a person of time, while I waited in melancholy for the day Ketchy transferred here. But Ketchy wouldn't transfer here, and my parents wouldn't die. Which meant in this world I would never get out of this prison. But maybe that was a weird way to think about it. Without a dead-end fate, there was no victory or defeat, no destiny or miracles. This was my actual home. There was nothing more and nothing less. I went to my room, put down my book bag, and took a breath. Usually when I was by myself, Hanyu would appear. But in this world, she hadn't shown up. How long are you planning on wasting time? Hurry up and appear and take me back to my original world. I knew by now this world was odd and filled with what-ifs. I'd had it up to here with my exploration of this alternate universe. But Hanyu didn't appear. Oh, that's right. Hanyu was by herself in the ritual storehouse a lot. Maybe she was there right now. In any case, whatever else happened, I just wanted to see Hanyu. I put on my shoes and ran out towards the shrine. As I turned my back on my annoying mother, who called after me asking if I really rinsed out my mouth. In a world where my father was alive, it was hard to get the key to the storehouse. But thanks to the innumerable worlds I've been through, I found a way to get into the storehouse without it. I could hear the elders having a pleasant talk in the assembly hall, my father's laughs mixed in with theirs. My father hated me even going near the ritual storehouse. Well, considering what it stored, I could sort of understand why he wouldn't want to let his beloved daughter inside of it. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up a tree growing behind the storehouse. My climb didn't go as smoothly as when Satoko had shown me she could do it. In any case, I crawled up stubbornly and jumped down onto the storehouse roof. I was a little scared of jumping, but I climbed pretty high off the ground. Even a centenarian witch can't escape the danger of heights. Once again, another mention of witch. If I recalled right, there's a broken lattice window on the roof, and you could get in and out through there. Yep. This world was betraying all my expectations and giving me the exact opposite. I considered that maybe you couldn't go in and out through it anymore. But In the place Satoko once told me about, it was broken just like she said, and a child would be able to fit inside. Even trivial things like this were a relief. Maybe just the sun setting in the west would be a relief for me right now. Because in this world, it could always set in the east. Yes, this discomfort I felt at having to doubt everything made me feel dizzy and sick.
Hanyu? Hanyu? Iru?
No answer. I was too afraid to call out again. Because maybe if I did, I still wouldn't get any answer. For me personally, Hanyu not existing in this world was the one dice roll that couldn't happen.
Hanyu?
Then I felt something I couldn't describe. The presence of someone, but not a person. Something only I could perceive. The presence of Hanyu. But Hanyu always answered me when I called for her. She wasn't now. What did that mean? But she was here. She was! I couldn't help poking my head through the roof. I climbed down a bundle of hanging chains and entered.
Hanyu! Hanyu! Doko nano? Kenji o shite! Rika! Rika! Doko ni iru no desu ka?
Oh shit. This time I heard her for sure. There was no doubt. Hanyu's feeble words implied she was actually the one who couldn't hear my voice. I looked for a place where I could hear her better. Before I realized it, I went to the altar in front of the holy vessel. Something that looked like a small crystal ball was on the altar, and I sensed it giving off a faint light. That was where Hanyu's voice seemed to be coming from. The ball was about the size of a large toy marble, but was seated respectfully on a small cushion, which told me it was no ordinary stone. I took the crystal ball in my hand and pressed it to my ear. Whoa. There is no doubt. I was hearing Hanyu's voice from this crystal ball. And it sounded like it was searching for me, growing more distant all the while. Why would Hanyu's, being be in the crystal ball? For a while I kept shouting her name as if I'd gone mad. It was like clinging to a tin can telephone right before the string snapped. If Hanyu's voice cut off in the middle, if she left me behind alone in this darkness of the storehouse, that was scarier than anything else I could imagine. So as she told me to, I shouted her name over and over again. Hanyu had to be searching for me by listening for my voice. I didn't know what her situation was, but it seemed Hanyu and I were far away from one another, that we were immeasurably distant. And as the crystal ball's white strengthened, I knew she was coming closer. At first, the light I sensed from it had been faint, but now it was bright as a weak miniature light bulb, and I could clearly see it was shining.
Rika, どういうことですか? あなたのいる世界に入れない。はあ?
Enter.
何を言ってんのよ。助けてほしいのは私よ。何でもいいから早く来て。私をこの世界から連れ出して。リカ、よく聞いてくださいです。あなたの世界がなぜか僕を拒むのです。こんなことはありえないことなのです。
The world rejects her. Given that she's both a paranormal existence and a deity, couldn't imagine any situation that would make her anxious enough for her to weakly say this is impossible. All I could do was keep on wailing half insanely for her to do something, anything.
でもどうしようもないのです。こんなこと初めてです。ありえないんです。そんな情けないこと言ってないで、早くなんとかしてよ。なんとかして。ダメです、リカ。あなたの世界が僕を拒絶する力を放っているのです。それをなんとかしないと僕にはどうしようもないのです。わけわかんないこと言わないで。神様のあんたを拒む力って何よ。そんなのあるわけないでしょ。そうなのです。そんなのあるわけないのです。でもかけらがこちら側にないから断面を合わせられない。どうしてかわからないけど、かけらが今リカがいる世界に紛れ込んでしまっているのです。かけら
Lost somewhere.
何の話？私にもわかるように説明して。私にできることなら何でもするわ。
Continuing to act so deranged won't help with anything. I managed to figure out what Hanyu wanted to say, and now I knew I had to eliminate the obstacle. The situation utterly escaped me, but it seemed like if I didn't do something, Hanyu couldn't appear in front of me.
取り乱して悪かったわ。落ち着くからもう一度説明して。一体どういうことなの？リカ、どうしてかわかりませんが、神の世界にあるべきかけらの一部が今リカのいる世界に紛れ込んでいるようなのです。それは例えるなら、開けるべき扉の中にその鍵が閉じ込められているかのよう。かけらって何？リカにとって世界に見えるものは、より高い次元の世界ではかけらと呼ばれているのです。そのかけらをジグソーパズルのように組み合わせて世界を渡り歩いてきたのです。
Yeah.
なるほど。その例えでなんとなく状況は分かったわ。私が今いるこの世界というかけら、いえ、ジグソーパズルのピースは噛み合う部分がどうにかなっていて、周りのピースと組み合ってくれないと、そう言いたいわけね。
So something happened to cut it off from the west.
そうです。その欠けた部分は必ずこちら側にあるのですが、なぜかこちら側ではなくそちら側にあるのです。神の世界にあるべきかけらがなぜか人間の世界にこぼれ落ちていて欠陥を起こしているってこと？そんなところなのです。わかったわ。そのかけらをどうにかすればいいわけね。あなたの指示に従うわ。そのかけらはどこにあるの？それをどうすればいいの？ そこはあうあう言うところじゃないでしょ。どこにあるのよ、そのかけらとやらは。そしてどんな形をしているのよ。
Yeah, what would a fragment look like in the, I don't know, third dimension? Oh, that's just great, Hanyu.
わからないものをどう探せってのよ。僕だってわかりません。だってここからはリカの声しか聞こえないのですから。今の僕にはその世界に干渉することが何もできないのです。
What is a crystal ball?
かけらってからにはこんな感じの水晶のキラキラ光るかけらみたいな感じなの？多分そうだと思いますが、工事の世界にあるべきものが人間の世界にもたらされた場合、どんな姿に変わるのか想像もつきませんです。
Probably like a hypercube or something. I felt all my energy drain out of me and I heaved a sigh.
探し物の形もわからないとは最悪ね。で、仮にそれを見つけたらどうすればいいの？神の世界に戻すってどうやるの？それすらもわかんないって。ごめんなさい。こんなこと初めてなんで、僕にもよくわからないのです。
I laughed, mostly at myself, and before I realized it, I couldn't stop my tears from falling. After getting sent to this crazy world, I don't even know how to get back. Today of all days, I was in such high spirits going to the pool with my friends. That tiny fragment of happy days we'd all finally obtained after escaping the dead end of June 1983. Just because I was messing around on the way back, just a little, I got sent to this horrible world.
それを愚痴ったら、結局道路でふざけてた私の不注意が悪いってことになるのよね。
I lost my balance on my bicycle, got thrown off, and then fell into the car there. Common traffic accident. Common death of a child. It just happened to be me this time. The future I'd won after over 100 years. Now, just because of that, everything was in pieces. I could wail all I want, but the only thing at fault was my own carelessness. In fact, I should be thankful to Hanyu for letting me live. But sending me to a world like this, it's too cool. No, it wasn't as though Hanyu sent me here because she wanted to. I know that.
Rika も覚えている通りなのです。僕たちの力はどんどん痩せ衰えていった。そしてその力の最後の挑戦で勝利を勝ち取ったのです。だからこの力はもう二度と使えないはずでした。その使えないはずの力で私を助けてくれたということ。はい、もうどうしようもありませんでしたのです。リカの体は自転車から投げ出され、サイコロの目次第では車の上を転がって怪我くらいで済んだかもしれません。でも運悪く投げ出されたリカは車のタイヤの前に。
Jesus. From Hanyu's words, colored with sadness, it felt like she'd watched me fly off, get run over by the car, and die.
みんながはって絶句して。
After everything we'd gone through.
呆然として。車は急ブレーキでガードレールにぶつかってすごい音がしましたが、誰の耳にも入りませんでした。そしてサトコがリカの体に駆け寄るのですが、あなたが
Jesus. Car crushed my head flat.
知恵がいつも言ってたっけ。道路でふざけちゃいけませんって。
Shit. Fuck, man. I couldn't imagine the rest of the story without Hanyu telling me. That fun day we had was wiped out in an instant by my careless fooling around. We dove together into the longest June 1983 of these past 100 years. And the peaceful future we finally reached through the sharing of countless miracles was wiped out in an instant. My corpse was too horrible to look at. Satoko came running over first, and then everyone else came, and they all wished they'd wake up from that nightmare until they lost all hope, broke down, and wept. Compared to that heart-splitting sadness, the one who was actually careless, grumbling about wanting to go home since this world was uncomfortable, counted for nothing. Did that mean, in the end, it was all my own fault? I'd struggled through so many years to reach that future, and I carelessly lost it by nobody's fault but my own. And I was blessed since Hanyu was here for me, so I should be thankful. Because if that had happened to someone other than me, they'd just lose their life and nothing more. Just the fact that there was hope, even if it was only a single tiny way, surely meant I was fortunate.
ありがとう。バカが不注意で事故死なんて日本中にいくらでも溢れてる。私もそのうちの一人だった。だからしのぶの言わずに死ねばいいものを。こうしてあなたのおかげで妙なことにはなりつつも生き残っている。そしてとても難しいことには違いないけど、元の世界に戻る方法がゼロなわけじゃない。おさらいするわね。
To go back.
私を元の世界に連れ戻すには羽生がここにやってこなくてはならない。そうね。
はい、もちろんです。僕も早くリカと一緒に元の世界に戻りたいのです。
当然よ。100年を超える日々を経て勝ち取ったあの世界へ戻るのよ。そのために私はさらに100年の年月を経てもいい。負けるもんかくじけるもんか。ほんのちょっと道路でふざけただけでもう100年の懲役を追加されても泣くもんか。
リカ、元の世界でもみんなが祈ってます。自分の命を捧げても時間を巻き戻して事故をなかったことにしてほしいってみんなが祈ってます。その祈りがあったから僕はきっとリカを見つけることができたのですよ。
In this storehouse in which I could only smell only dust, I felt I caught the scent of incense. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but somehow I knew. It was my funeral, and I felt I could hear them, my friends heartbroken grieving over my coffin. Their cries were incredibly sad, so painful as though it would tear me apart. I understood. My carelessness. I had destroyed not only my life, but everyone else's happiness.
帰るわ。
私は絶対に元の世界に帰るわ。それがどんなにか細い道でも絶対に帰る。
My tears, filled with sadness, mixed with determination, mixed with saltiness, dropped to the floor.
リカ、その世界に閉じ込められたことだってあの昭和58年の袋小路と同じ。一見どうしようもない運命に見えて絶対ではないのです。
分かってるわ。圭一に教えられた。そして高野にまで教えられたわよね。
Fate was thinner than a goldfish scooping net, and strong enough feelings can reshape the future.
そうです、リカ。その域なのです。確かにきっかけはリカの不注意だったかもしれませんです。でもリカにはそれを償い、なかったことにできる機会が与えられた。それはとてもとても幸運なことなのです。
分かってる。普通の人間なら来世でやり直しってところを私だけが最後のチャンスをもらえてる。その意味理解できてるわ。
リカ、なんとかして僕を拒むかけらを探し出してほしいのです。僕もこちら側の世界から何かわからないか探してみます。
ノーヒントってのが答えるわね。あとこの世界に羽生がいない以上、この世界で私が死んだらジ・エンドってことなんでしょう。
はい。今のその世界には僕の力は及びませんのです。
One last chance.
だからどうかリカ、くれぐれも注意して。
分かってる。二度と道路でふざけたりしないわ。
ヒントは確かにありませんが、でも僕はこの村の神様でこの村だけを見守ってきました。その僕に干渉する力なのですから、おそらくその力も村の中にあるものだと思いますです。
この村のどこか
In the village.
あなたに関わるものだとしたら、正直なところこの細具殿の中に収められていると思うんだけど。
リカ、細具殿の中にいつもの世界にはない何かが収められてはいませんか？
どうかしら。すぐにはわからないわ。その何かが目立つものって保証もないんでしょう。
僕に干渉するくらいなのですから、多分神の世界に限りなく近い場所に踏み入ったことのあるリカなら、その気配を感じ取れるかもしれませんのです。
また難儀な話ね。少なくともこの祭壇にあるものはこの水晶玉も含め何も変わりないと思う。しかし不思議な水晶玉ね。ただのビー玉のくせにずいぶん偉そうなところに陳列してあると日頃から思ってたけど。
リカが今手にしているのはフルデ神社の至宝カムの御のりと呼ばれるもの。かつて僕がお社様としてフルデ神社に奇跡を示した時、その印として残したものです。長い時間の中で込められた力のほとんどは薄れてしまいましたが、幸運にもこうして理科に及ぶ唯一の僕の力となりましたのです。もっと力が残っていれば、あるいはこんな力に屈せずその世界へ迎えに行けたかもしれないのに。
ということはこの水晶玉であなたと話をするのも限られた時間だけということなのね。
はい。
リカには僕の声が聞こえていますか？僕の方にはどんどんリカの声が小さくしぼんでいくように聞こえますのです。
なるほど。電池の切れかかったトランシーバーってわけね。わかった。無駄な連絡は慎むようにするわ。それならもうしばらくは話ができるんでしょう。
多分。
十分よ。私はこれから細具殿の中を漁るわ。この水晶玉と同じサイズだとしたらどこに紛れ込んでてもおかしくない。それに細具殿の中とは限らないんでしょう。根気のいる作業になるわね。
リカ、どうか頑張って。僕はここにいて応援することしかできない。そしてその応援の言葉すらもう限られてしまっている。
大丈夫よ。絶対にこちらの世界の扉を開いてあなたを招き入れるわ。あなたと一緒にあの楽しかった世界へ戻ることを約束するわ。だからあなたも頑張って。何かヒントになりそうなことが分かったら教えて。
はい。
じゃあもうこれくらいにしましょう。更新を終わるわ。またね、羽生。約束する。元の世界に帰れたら冷蔵庫をシュークリームで埋め尽くしてあげるわ。
その約束、楽しみに待っていますのです。
Hanyu's voice gently vanished, like water seeping into sand. But that didn't mean Hanyu had vanished. It was kind of like I was talking to Hanyu on a public phone and my 10 yen ran out. We may have been in different worlds, but we were cooperating, trying to get out of this world and back to the last one. When I thought about it, Hanyu had always been an ally in my life. In this world, that ally was gone. Maybe that was fitting punishment for wasting my life by being careless. To get back to the last world, I would pile up as many stones as I needed to. For these were the banks of the river Styx. Nirvana, from my viewpoint, as one who had lost her life in the previous world. But I'll get back. I swear, I'll get back there. Then suddenly the inside of the storehouse brightened. Someone had just turned on the switch for the naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. And then with a heavy clank, the door opened. My father appeared there. His face was like a demon's. Ah, that was right. I entered the cordoned-off ritual implement storehouse. I only received the right to enter the storehouse when I succeeded them as the head of the Furude family. In other words, in a world with my parents alive, I wasn't allowed to come in here.
Rika! どこから入ったんだ? 細具殿には入ってはならんとあれほど言っただろう.
My father was in a rage. Thanks to the property imprinted into one's very genes that made children tremble when their father looks at them with a scary face, I reflexively cringed with fear. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and took me outside. And then I ended up being disciplined, something I'd forgotten for a very long time. Ah, my parents being here is such a bother. Just when I thought I'd been lucky that they made it through the year 1981, they're getting in the way of me returning to the final world. In the storehouse, I'd been shouting Hanyu's name pretty loudly, so he probably noticed. I would investigate the storehouse for real tomorrow, but I have to take extreme caution so that my father didn't find me. In the middle of the night, unable to sleep face up on my futon because of my rear end swelled up from all the spanking, I bit my pillow and cried again. Then thought back over what I had to do. This was my room. This was my futon. But this wasn't where I was supposed to sleep. The futon I was supposed to go home to was in a small house on the second floor of the renovated warehouse, the one next to Satoko's. But in this world, the youth group was probably still using it as a meeting place. So my futon obviously wouldn't be there. Then what futon was I supposed to use in this world? Punishment for doing something stupid and careless, bringing the future we all want to nothing. I needed to find what was keeping Hanyu away so I could call her here. It would take a lot of effort. For that reason, I needed to build up my energy and get some sleep. Shedding tears was nothing but a waste of time and stamina. I knew that, but until I fell asleep, I wept into my pillow. So we must find the fragment in order to get back, huh? Okay. I'd hoped Satoko would be there when I woke up that morning. I'd hoped this baffling world was just a half-awake dream of mine. Hey, achievement. So when I awoke, not to a familiar ceiling, but to the one in the Furude main house, I could feel nothing but disappointment. My mind hazy, I recalled the situation I'd been put into, new music. Thanks to my own carelessness, I'd gotten lost in this strange world. Hanyu's power couldn't reach here, so it would be incredibly difficult to escape. It was like trying to climb up the spider's thread to paradise, but the spider's thread was still there. No matter how thin it was, its presence meant there was still a chance. To discover what was blocking Hanyu's power, and I didn't even know what it looked like. The only possible clue was that Hanyu was the deity of Himizawa, so it was probably in the village somewhere. But where would you look? I picked up the crystal ball, which I snuck out of the ritual implement storehouse. The ball gave off a weak and somehow unnatural light. I pressed it to my forehead, and I could sense a faint presence that only I, as a witch, could feel. Gin! Another mention of a witch! I was sure that whatever I needed to find, I would get the same feeling from it as this. But again, like the crystal ball, I probably have to hold it to my forehead to sense anything. It didn't seem like things would be as simple as wandering about until I felt something. But if it was related to Hanyu's power like the crystal ball was, it was almost certain way in that storehouse. Unfortunately, the storehouse was a complete mess of everything, from ancient torture devices to piles of old documents to mountains of trash I didn't even know how to use. The only place with any semblance of cleanliness was the space around the vessel and the altar. Finding anything, especially an object as small as this crystal ball, would be no simple matter.
Rika! 早く食事を済ませて学校に行きなさい!
I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen. The school in this world wasn't the one I went to. If I had the time to go somewhere I didn't belong, then I should be using it to search the storehouse. But there was no proof my search would only take 1 or 2 days. I really hated to say it, but since I didn't even know what it looked like, maybe I needed to prepare myself for the search to take years. If I didn't go to school, Chie, ever conscious, would call the house to see if I was staying home that day. If that happened, would cause trouble with both the school and my parents. I couldn't imagine how much time this search would take. If my parents grew suspicious, things would get harder. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Although it was frustrating, for weekdays it would be better to pretend I was going to school like normal. I let out a languid sigh and got up and decided to eat breakfast. During mealtime, my mother's ramblings about how I was never allowed to go into the ritual storehouse again certainly made the food taste worse. My mother was always insistent and long-winded. I hated this part of her. The elders in the village laughed and said she couldn't help it, and she did it for her only beloved daughter, but to me she was just a nuisance. Tough love wasn't what I needed at the moment. The only thing I could be thankful was maybe that I didn't have to make breakfast for myself. But I could do it on my own, so I almost would have rather she left it to me. After I was done eating and started getting ready for school, my mother continued to nag me about making it on time. How aggravating. Maybe going to school wasn't so bad. I wouldn't have to see my mother's face for half a day. I thanked her for the food, cleaned my plate and utensils in the sink, and left immediately for school. All so familiar, yet so different. If everything was going to portray my expectations anyway, I wish class would too. But even in this world, class went the exact same way as the world I knew. I thought I escaped that world, and now it was repeating. Thinking that way made me feel even more listless. Normally I'd distract myself by teasing Satoko, but her seat was far away from mine. She was probably also so bored of class she didn't know what to do with herself. Satoshi, earnestly studying the next seat over, was constantly trying to get her to focus. Mion seemed to be budding to run Rina's businesses too, but they weren't fooling around. It was a strange though pleasant sight. They were helping one another learn. Actually, they weren't the only pleasant sight. Everyone in the classroom was like that. I felt like I was the only one left out. I didn't know whether my seat was in its own woe because of the odd number of students, or if I'd chosen the seat on purpose in this world, but it felt like my seat was separated from the rest of the classroom. When lunchtime came, I felt even more alienated. My classmates formed groups of friends and took out their food. The club members who would always eat with me weren't here. Satoko was part of a circle of several friends, including her brother. There was no place for me to wedge myself into. Mion and Rina were sitting face to face as they ate. No room for me there either. Nobody asked me if I wanted to eat with them. And they had fun eating their own meals, so this seemed natural, like it was something that happened every day. For a short while I waited, hoping for Satoko or Mion or Rina to invite me over. After the clock's minute hand moved 5 and then 10 places, I realized I might even be left behind in eating, and finally gave up and opened up my bento box. Inside were the leftovers of last night's burned Hamburg steak and white rice with nori sweet weed that was now sticky, spinach wrapped with gooey nori, and the remains of kinpara with chopped bulldog root also burned. I guess I'd forgotten about that. For some reason my mother overcooked everything. Summer is dangerous if you don't let the heat in was a favorite phrase of hers. She would cook steaks until they were rock hard, and even when she made fish, she turned half their insides to ash. Even Satoko was better than that. How she knew how to cook hot to cook things. And when I learned how to cook from Hanyu and started to make things better than my mother, she must not have been happy. It tasted terrible too. No presentation either. If Mion decided to have a bento contest and I only had this, I end up in last place. But there was no club in this world, so I didn't have to worry about that. Satoko's happy laughter, not being directed at me, made me feel sad. Suddenly our eyes met. Did my feelings get through? Satoko burst out of her seat and glared at me.
さっきからジロジロと何見てんのよ。何か文句あんなら直接言ったら？文句なんかないです。
やめなよ、サトコ。たまたま目があっただけじゃないか。
たまたまじゃないもん。ずーっとジロジロ見てんの。気持ち悪いったらありゃしない。
Satoko and her friends began whispering amongst themselves while looking at me. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could easily imagine them enjoying themselves.
ごめんなさいです。ジロジロ見ないです。そうしてよね。 せっかくのクリームコロッケの味が落ちちゃうもん。
I angled my desk a little so that I couldn't see Satoko and the others. At first I called this world Satoko all cold, but it looked like I was mistaken. This world Satoko either didn't like me or outright hated me. And the other kids close to my age seemed to have formed a community around her, with no place for me in it, so they all hated me too. That hardened ash-like steak tasted of salt. Why did I have to feel this sad and lonely when I ate? And all of the other worlds, all of the club members would be enjoying lunch together. Satoko would be there, and Reina, and Mion, and Kechi. Everyone would be having fun and spending their break cheerfully, noisily. That was when Reina came over and peered into my bento box.
Rika ちゃんのお弁当はハンバーグとほうれん草なんだね。おいしそう。
It was clear that Rina had come over to try and comfort my distress, and for some reason that was frustrating, so I didn't want to answer her. When I stayed silent, she held out an octopus-shaped sausage in front of me.
そのほうれん草の海苔巻きとタコさん交換しよう。ね。
Rina, trying to be nice as I ate lunch alone, hated by my classmates. I just couldn't accept it. I suddenly said I was going to wash my hands, then left, and in the bathroom stall I covered my face with toilet paper and cried. The tears soaked through the paper and crinkled it up, but I didn't care. This was fine. It was better if I didn't have friends in this world. I had plenty of friends in the one I needed to return to. There, even Satoko was my irreplaceable best friend, and all the club members who would have never leave me alone during lunch hour were waiting for me. Why would I be sad that some Satoko I didn't know was being mean to me in a world I didn't care about? Why would I be... But despite the rise, I told myself I couldn't stop crying for a while. I decided to steel my resolve and wait for school to end. Then I went back home, said I was going out to play, and sneak into the virtual implement storehouse again. That was the only way I could get back to my original world. I had to try and do my best for that purpose alone. Okay. I looked into the mirror in the bathroom to see a face red from crying. Chie saw me like this, things would probably get even more complicated. I washed my face and spent the rest of lunch break quietly in the corner of the classroom. Shit, man. Ugh, God, still tugging on my heartstrings here. After school, I would always dash out of the building. It would be a huge pain if I ended up caught in the rush of the other classmates as they headed out to go play. I think Satoshi called after me, but I ignored him. He was probably just trying to apologize for his sister about what happened during lunch. I didn't care about that. I didn't want to stay in this horrible world a second more than I needed to. I ran full speed back to the house, ignored my mother when she asked, as usual, if I had any homework, and searched for a lantern. Then I told her I was going out to play, and without waiting for a response, burst out of the house. Then I went around to the shrine and looked for my father. I saw a note hanging on the assembly hall that said there was a Shrine Association meeting. I could hear my father's voice amidst the light-hearted chatter. It was the same opportunity I had yesterday. Today I'd have to be careful not to let on that I was inside. After making sure nobody was looking, I climbed up the tree I'd gotten the hang of yesterday. I had been scared of the height before, but I wasn't afraid any longer, probably because I cried my eyes out and resolved myself during lunch. What I really had to be afraid of wasn't heights or my parents or the cold-hearted Satoko. It was not being able to return to my original world. The next scariest thing would be losing contact with Hanyu, I think. In the darkness of the storehouse, I took the crystal ball out of my pocket. Its weak glow seemed a little more energetic than yesterday. Maybe if she rested, a little of her power would come back. Nevertheless, it was still weak. If I wasted it on fruitless conversation, the light might go out entirely. I firmly squashed down the desire to check and make sure I could still call her and turn on the lantern. It was time to go treasure hunting. Was there anything around? Anything only I could feel? Something that felt the same as his crystal ball, somewhere. I closed my eyes, honed my senses, and hoped. But all I heard was the cries of cicadas. I hadn't expected anything else. It looked like this would be a tough nut to crack. Searching the entire storehouse, how much time would that take? I didn't want to imagine it, but I had to do it or I couldn't go home. I do it systematically. Start in the corner and go in order. Without knowing what it looked like, I'd start in the corner, go for there, not even letting water pass. And despite all that, I had no proof it was even in here. I felt like it would be easier to just fight Takano and the Mound Dogs again. Day in, day out. Trying to get back to the world.
弱々しくなっているということはないと思いますです。前と同じくらいの大きさの声に聞こえますのです。
つまり相変わらず弱々しくしか届かないということね。こんな無駄話は不要ね。
いいえ、今の理科には無駄話も必要と思いますです。
かもね。ありがとう。こちらから話すわね。細工伝を自分なりに散々漁ったつもり。でもさっぱりだわ。1週間くらいは探してみたつもりだけど、何しろ探しているものの形がわからないんだもの。仮に見つけていたとしても、私は気づかずに放置しているかもしれない。正直辛いわ。せめて形だけでも分かれば、あるいは細工伝の中にあるという保証でもあれば。
Trying to find a needle in a haystack.
ずっとここに閉じこもっていると頭がどうにかなってしまいそうよ。
わかります。とても辛い探し物だと思いますです。僕もせめてかけらの姿がわからないかいろいろ頑張ってますのです。
それで何かわかった？
かけらは理科の世界では思いと解釈されていますのです。
Feelings, huh?
その思いが何かに宿る形でかけらとなっているのです。
理屈はわかるけど、だからって何のヒントにもならないわね。
So important object to someone, I guess.
それからそのかけらをこちらの世界に戻す方法なのですが、おそらくそちらの世界での形を失えば良いのではないかと思いますです。
So break it?
形を失うって何？壊せってこと？
それも完全な形でなのです。 人の世からなくなることで神の世に送ることができるのです。
Okay.
質量保存の法則って知ってる？完全に物を消すなんて不可能よ。
いえ、ですから形を壊せばいいのです。わかりますか、リカ？古来から人が神に物を送る方法の中でそれを満たす方法がありますのですよ。
Kind of like sending the spirit of the object.
そうか。わかったわ。
The way ancients sent tributes to the gods, a way to get rid of something from the human world.
焼けってことね。
Ah.
焼いて灰にして天に送る。
そうです。焼いて灰にすることで形は失われて意味を失い、人の世から消え去りますのです。
なるほど。
Well, let's hope it's something like a paper.
かけらが宿る何かを焼いて灰にしろってのね。その何かが簡単に燃やせるものであることを祈るわ。
Exactly.
岩だった火には溶鉱炉にでも放り込まなきゃならなくなるわね。
Hey, let's just make it easier for everyone. Just burn down the storehouse.
実はリカ、そのかけらが宿るのが物ではなく人である可能性もありますのです。
Oh.
なるほど。かけらは重いなんだもんね。物に宿るばかりってわけじゃないかもね。でも羽生、仮に人だったらどうするの？まさか焼いて灰にしろって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
人の意味は命の形が失われた時点で失われます。
そりゃそうよね。死体はもはや人じゃないわ。ってことは、もしかけらが宿っているのが人だったら。
Shit. I believe until now I've been searching for an object, but maybe it doesn't even have to be that. I have no problem burning an object, but if it was an object but a person...
嫌な話ね。この世界、どういうわけか嫌な想像に限って当たるのよ。
僕もそうでないことを祈るしかないです。
嫌な想像は大抵当たる。お逆手にとって先にそれを探るのも手ね。仮に人だったらやっぱりお社様に縁の近い人。
はい、おそらくは。
それが私自身という可能性は？
いえ、ないです。リカ自身が僕を拒むかけらだったなら、こうして僕と話すこともできないはずなのです。
True enough.
となれば次は古出神社神主の父か古出家の血を継ぐ母か。もしそうだったらぶっ殺せばいいってわけね。
My human morality refused the idea of killing my parents. But that was nothing a world-crossing witch needed to think about. Which again, for someone with a true world somewhere else, this was a false world. Meaning it was the same as a dream. Murdering someone in a dream was no different from doing it in a delusion or a daydream. There was nothing to consider about committing the sin in this world. Hanyu was making sad ow ow noises, so I told her how I felt.
偽善しゃぶるのはやめて。ならあんたは元の世界へ帰るのは諦めてもいいって言うのね。あんたは卑怯よ。手を汚す決断を私にだけさせて、自分の手は汚さないっていうつもり。罪を誰か一人にかぶせれば他はみんな 罪にまみれずに済んで好都合。私はちょうどいい人柱ってわけね。
I felt those words were a little harsh on Hanyu. For a short while, she remained silent, not saying anything. But her breathing made it sound like she wanted to say something but was hesitating.
私は元の世界に帰りたい。レナがどこかの世界で言ったわ。幸せになるにはどこまでの努力が許されるんだろうってね。私はその努力に限界なんてないって思った。
But Kechi changed that. There's no limit to effort. But you have to talk to a lot of people to get their advice on whether your efforts are misplaced or not. That's why I was talking about it with Hanyu, the only one who shared my current situation. And Hanyu said that if an object possessing the fragment was a person, I had to kill them. I would want to avoid that, of course, if there was any other way. But if she said that was the only way, then I wouldn't hesitate. That was all.
僕も元の世界に帰りたいのです。
そうね。私もよ。
かけらが宿っているのが人でないことを祈ってます。
祈ってて。私も祈ってるわ。あと謝るわ。きついことを言い過ぎた。あんたにできることはヒント探しと私が挫折しないよう士気を保つことくらいなのよね。自らの手で鍵を探せないもどかしさを理解してなかったわ。
リカよりは辛くありませんのです。せめてリカの心が疲れてしまわないよう僕にはこうしてお話をしていたわってあげることしかできませんのです。
ありがとう。あんたとするヨタ話がこの世界では一番楽しいわ。悪夢がその間だけ冷めるような感じ。
I see. I sort of understood why she said chatting could be important. Hanyu was the only one I could talk to from my original world. If I lose contact with Hanyu, maybe my very connection to that world would weaken and my memories would blur. And that would simply give birth to a miserable, broken-hearted girl living a delusion that this world wasn't the one she belonged in.
私に任せなさい。必ずあんたと一緒にあの世界へ帰るわ。だからあんたも引き続き何かヒントを集めて。私も何か進展があったらまたあんたに連絡するわ。
わかりましたです。リカ、しっかりファイトオーなのですよ。
Oh.
I couldn't hear Hanyu anymore. The crystal ball's light had grown weaker than ever. But as long as it had its otherworldly glow, then I could keep believing this wasn't the world I was supposed to live in. Before I might have shed a tear or two by now, but all the tears I could cry had dried up. I gripped the crystal ball tightly, savoring the cheer Hanyu had given me. Do your best. Go for it, yay. I moved over to a spot with a pile of old documents. If I could interfere with Hanyu, it had to be related to the legends of Ursula-sama. So maybe I thought a clue would be hidden in one of the documents in that pile. Maybe even if the thing I searched for wasn't in here, I could find a clue to it instead. I took a few documents from the pile and packed them into the knapsack I brought with me. I could read some, but couldn't understand any of the others. If something important was in one of the indecipherable ones, I would have no way of knowing. But I shouldn't think about that right now. I pulled out the few documents I could read and decided to read them in secret at school and in bed. As I went in and out of the storehouse, the chances of my parents finding out increased. In that sense, this would war that was, which made it a little easier for me. Maybe parents did understand their children best and would be the first ones to help them. But that was when they were normal, and not a witch like me. If their daughters started babbling about not being from this world, they'd probably tie her down in some noisy ambulance. If I were a little more cunning, I could flatter my parents and put the work in to make this world a little more bearable. But the more I thought about this world not being the one I lived in, the more apathetic I felt towards interacting with those who were here. That was probably why it seemed like I was being more and more isolated in class. Of course, maybe you could say that was my own fault. That was the kind of world this was at the moment I arrived. I won't dare let anyone say this is my fault. Of course, not a single person could tell the difference between Rika Furude and me, anyway. Who is me? The me that isn't Rika Furude. Who is she? Isn't that an interesting question? I came around to a quiet electronic beep. I looked at my watch and noticed it was already evening. Being in here made me lose track of time. The other day I was out way past curfew and was scolded for a long time. The alarm on my watch was to prevent that. Letting my relationship with my parents grow any worse would make everything else more troublesome. I should call it quits for today. With practiced motions, I climbed the bundle of chains and headed through the exit and the roof. When I returned to the main house, surrounded by the cries of Higurashi that I'd grown completely tired of, there was a tightly packed case of beer near the front door and 3 bottles of wine. Damn. The beer case was probably for a drinking party at the Shrine's Assembly Hall or something. My father didn't drink beer because he liked it, so I knew it had to be for the Assembly Hall. They delivered it here before the party so we could chill it beforehand in the Assembly Hall refrigerator. And the wine probably belonged to my father. My father enjoys Western spirits and wine most of all. And wine at the same time was something that I enjoyed as well. For, after my parents had died in 1981, I got in wine by bringing it from the main house, but my parents were alive in this world, so I couldn't do that. I stared at the bottles longingly as I tried to open the door, receiving the quack of its lock in response. I took a key from my pocket, unlocked the door, and went in and saw a note addressed to me right upon entering. It was from my mother. The note said an accident had suddenly occurred at the Kimiyoshi house and that they'd gone out to help with a memorial service. They'd be late coming back, and so on and so forth. When as a postscript was a notice that the brewer would be bringing alcohol and to take it inside the front door once I got back for them. I see. That must be referring to all of this. If the person had come here while I was here, I could have told them put inside, but I couldn't bear to see them outside like this, put here before I got back. And it would only be a pain if my mother started rambling about me being an inconsiderate waiter. I made a sour face, not caring who saw, and pulled the case of beer through the front door.
Nice pack of Bud Whites.
Next, I stood before the wine bottles and solidified my thoughts. Couldn't there have been a slip-up with the order? Take 1 bottle. It was a brewery in the small village. If my father called to say he had ordered 1 more bottle, they'd probably bring over another one without a second thought. So what would it matter if one of these disappeared? I always diluted before drinking, so I'd be able to enjoy 1 bottle of wine for a pretty long time. Despite being in the entrance, I belatedly looked around, grabbed a bottle, ran into my room, and then pushed it into a winter futon in my closet that I wouldn't use for a while.
You have a problem, Rika.
Actually, my parents live here too, so I won't have many chances to drink. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, ice, a corkscrew, and a carton of orange juice, and ran back into my room. Put the corkscrew in the wine bottle and was overwhelmed by the urge to wet my tongue with the nostalgic flavor as soon as I could. How was I supposed to survive in this world without enjoying a good wine? I poured some into the glass, and just listening to the orange juice splashing in to fill it up made my mouth water like a dog. If I diluted this much, it'll look just like orange juice from the outside. But it was a nostalgic flavor that belonged to my world. At one time, this had been the flavor of my tears at the feet shed for the unbreakable June of 1983. But now even those tears of defeat felt sweet and tender. Those dead-end worlds were very painful, but I was still surrounded by my kind friends. I had the leeway to choose to surrender to Takano and continue lazily living in that infinite loop. But even that warmth was absent in this world. This made a week now since I came here. With no prospects of returning to my previous world, I'd resolved myself to staying here for a long time. But a week in had already driven me to drink. It'll be fine. Those worlds had driven me to the same state. And I still managed, lazily doing my best as I soaked in wine, right? I needed to be released from this Rika Furude quickly. Nobody in this world would understand that, even if I explained it. That meant I had no allies here. If I told someone, they'd think I'd gone crazy. But considering this world's Rika Furude, that was only natural. This world's Rika Furude was a dour girl without a single friend. And one day she'd been hit by a ball in the schoolyard and started saying she didn't belong in this world. If that big doctor, Yamamoto, heard about this, he'd probably make a huge fuss about the impact having caused brain damage. But that would make the most sense to the people who live here. At the very least, until I arrived, Rika Furude was Rika Furude, the correct being for this world. Maybe it was more appropriate to say that one day I, someone different from this world's Rika, appeared that took over Rika's body. Right. Am I not Rika Furude? Well, no. This world's Rika Furude was this world's Rika Furude, a different being than me. I simply began interpreting her as being the same as me, even when I was in different worlds until now. When I thought about that, leaving aside whether I've been living happily, I felt like I'd done something bad to this world's Rika Furude. Of course, it was too late to apologize now, and I couldn't give this body back to her anymore. If there was a way to apologize, it would be to acknowledge this world's Rika Furude as a being of her own. Because if I called myself Rika Furude, the girl who already existed would vanish from this life. Which meant the only way to apologize was to not call myself Rika Furude. Well, that had been bothering me for a long time. I've long felt that my young self, pampered as the reincarnation of Oshiro-sama, and my old self who had awakened and traveled countless worlds had different personalities. But if I thought of them not as personalities, but as different beings entirely, right now I was no longer Rika Furude. Who am I? I stared vacantly at the wine bottle. Did I like this brand? My father always loved to drink this wine. As a result, I bottled it in countless worlds, and I love to drink it even now. Right now, I couldn't even be lazy without borrowing the power of alcohol, and this wine comforted me, just a little. At this point, I couldn't go on living without this wine. So in other words, I wasn't alive, but the wine was. Which meant I wasn't Rika Furude, and that I was the wine. I stared at the western letters of the brand name written on the wine label, which I didn't know how to pronounce, and thought to myself that it was the name of me. My name is Rika Furude. No, not that, but this. Burn Castle. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll ask my father. Burn Castle. Frederica Burncastle. Ah, whatever. What a silly name that is. Frederica Burncastle. My thoughts began to swirl and muddle. Cheers to this shithole of a world. Cheers indeed. I mean, hell, I can live without my Coke. It's been my partner in crime throughout this entire Let's Play.
いつも僕のご飯を作ってくれてありがとうなのですよ。ニパ
どうしたの急に。母の日はとっくに過ぎてるわよ。
As I thanked my mother and patted her shoulders, I brushed her head. It was all a show, of course. If she had the same power inside her as Hanyu, then by touching her like this, I'd be able to sense it, even if it was feeble. If I did feel that power from my mother, could I kill her on the spot? I wouldn't hesitate to kill, but I couldn't say I wouldn't hesitate right here and now, because I would rather she not have that power inside her. And at the same time, I was uneasy about what to do next if she didn't. My mother laughed like it tickled, but contrary to what she thought, I was carefully checking if I needed to kill her.
ありがとう。気持ちは十分伝わったから、もう許して。くすぐったくて辛いわ。
My mother told me that was enough, smiling in a way that was not as dissatisfied as her words implied. Even after being so scrupulous about touching her, I couldn't feel any trace of the power. My mother wasn't the only one who held the fragment. And I already felt my father's head. It wasn't him either. If it wasn't either of the two people closest to the legend of Oshiro-sama, then it was improbable that the fragment wasn't a person. It was a happy thing, not having to kill anyone, but that meant one of my crews was now meaningless. That said, even though the possibility was unlikely, I'd still have to touch the heads of the other people in the village every chance I got, just to make sure. And at the same time, I had to continue my deciphering of the pile of documents in the ritual implement storehouse. Whichever I was supposed to choose, the labor of reading through the entire mountain, or the sin of killing someone, I was going to need much more than a little time. Frederica Burncastle. I swear to God, that's a human Meko character. Think I've heard that before. I think. Maybe because it's so familiar. Maybe, I don't know. I had lost track of how many mornings had been since I drifted to this world. And this morning was frustratingly the same as the last world, the one I knew. That they said next Sunday was the Higurashi festival. This was the first time I didn't care whatsoever about it. For Imazawa, facing total eviction by next year, this would be their very last festival. They were apparently planning to put on a magnificent show to end things with. The normal world responsibility of performing the dedication dance as the last survivor of the Furude family didn't exist in this world either. Still, I wasn't expected to simply go off and have fun. They would have me help with things that kids could help with, like giving out boiled rice and answering the phone. I gotten used to going to school alone too. When I went to school with Satoko, it was always a lively morning with us running and following everywhere. But that too was beginning to feel like a memory of the distant past. With several days already behind me, my mind settled. I stopped crying about small memories like that. Everything I did was for the sake of returning to my original world. I might curse the trouble it was taking, but I would never cry again. So even when I met Satoko at the school gate and said good morning only to be bluntly ignored like always, it didn't make me sad. The real Satoko was an incomparable friend of mine. Even if a fake Satoko ignored me, it wouldn't hurt me inside anymore. Mian wasn't outright cold like Satoko was, but she didn't seem to think of me as any more than one of her many classmates. Rina seemed like she was actually trying to talk to me. But that was because I was isolated. She was acting out of a kind of pity, and it seemed sadder to accept that. So I started reacting nastily to Rina's unwanted attention. After just a few exchanges like that, she realized I didn't want her doing this and stopped bothering me. Being all alone wasn't sad anymore. It was only natural I'd be alone as an outsider to this false world. In fact, the less annoying acquaintances I needed, the easier it was for me. That's right. Easier. When I started feeling that way, then even if nobody talked to me during lunch, nobody invited me to eat with them, and nobody asked me to play after school, I was totally okay with it. With so few students in the classroom, if I took out a book not related to the class, Chie would confiscate it right away. I probably wouldn't be able to read the old documents while she was teaching. So all I could do was wrap them in covers I made from flipping over leaflets and folding them, spend my free time at school pretending I was reading a regular book. We weren't allowed to bring comics to school, but the unspoken agreement was that you could read novels as long as you did do it during class. If I could just ignore the hustle and bustle, lunch break was the time I could focus the most. Somewhere in those countless worlds, there was a time when I got bored of my daily life and read a lot of old documents. Thanks to that, I knew the gist of their contents. I just hoped there was a clue somewhere in them about the fragment rejecting Hanyu from this world. It had been raining since midday. All my classmates had stayed in the classroom for break, venting their pent-up energy indoors. Thanks to that, it was a bothersome, loud, and uncomfortable day for me. At the same time as those words, my old document was taken from me. And there was Satoko's face, smiling evilly. Satoko looked at the old document she'd stolen from me with disgust. Well, someone as ignorant as Satoko had no way to understand it. I'd learned how to read classical Japanese from my father, and even I had to go over each line several times to figure it out. Of course, for Satoko, it wasn't about what it said. She seemed more amused at how unsanitary it looked, with dirty letters written on the dirty paper. But even if it was nothing more than a filthy book to her, to me it was something that could hold a clue. When I tried to snatch it back, she threw it to another friend, as though she'd seen the attempt coming miles away. Oh boy. The girl caught it, threw it to another kid. And that kid, after his face scrunched up at the filth being given to him, grinned like an idiot and threw it to someone else. Several of my classmates threw it amongst themselves whenever I chased after it, teasing me. At some point, Mion had joined their circle, and had turned into a classroom-wide bullying. Today wasn't the first time this had happened. Actually, maybe before I came here, it was always like this. Even in a classroom with just 10 people, an order existed, and so did cliques. Belonging to none, and not wanting to, I was the weakling in the room, and thus clearly the one it was okay to torment. Rina was the only one who said they should stop, but nobody listened to her. My classmates wanted to fool around, and they probably wanted to tell her that I was the only toy in the room, so why shouldn't they play with her during lunch break? But in the last few days, it had left heartwarming territory and moved into aggravating territory. The Satoko clearly treated me with spite. When I thought about it now, the accident with the ball in the schoolyard that brought me into this world. She obviously been aiming for Rika, who had just been standing there in the yard. Jeez. Satoko always this oblivious to the pain of others? She understood people's pain best because even though she said mean things, she'd been through the worst of anyone. I see. She never lost her brother, and she never lost her parents. In this world, Satoko's parents were alive, and the villagers didn't torment her. In other words, she hadn't been through the worst of anyone. Personality isn't wholly determined from birth. Yeah. It's also something cultivated over many events and experiences. If all her lucky dice rolls, this was how Satoko's personality had turned out in this world. In other words, the Satoko was only the same on the outside, but a completely different person from my best friend on the inside. Once I understood that, the sadness of Satoko tormenting me disappeared. And in its place, she began to look like a horrible brat, just getting in the way of my haste to return to my original world. Don't bother me. I don't care what any of you do in this lunatic world. But I'm desperately working to return to my original one, so stay out of my way. The old document made its way back to Satoko again. This time, Satoko started teasing me, waving around and saying to come get it. She held her nose and made a sour face like she was holding up something filthy, earning laughs and jeers from the last of the class. I went straight for Satoko, and of course she threw it to the next one in line. She must have thought it would make me go over there next. But I didn't care about where the document was. Instead, I charged straight at Satoko. I tucked my nails into the bases of my fingers and clenched my fist. I decided this was the fastest method to explain how important this was, make her understand and prevent any reprisals, all in a very short period of time. I swung my right fist at Satoko's face. The tip of my fist plowed into her face below her left eye, leaving an imprint that wouldn't soon disappear. I promptly grabbed a clump of her hair and pushed her to the floor, then took a nearby chair and raised it over my head before smashing it into her a few times. Fuck! Satoko didn't know what had just happened. Confused by sudden violence, she just curled up like a turtle. It looked like a little crazy hitting her with a chair like this, but it wouldn't hurt her very badly. I raised the chair that slammed it down over the top of Satoko's upper body, exactly as if to hold her to the ground. I lifted my foot above the chair and stomped on it while I was hammering in with a nail. Fuck.
あんた少しうるさい。私の親友と同じ顔してるから、ちょっと多めに見てきたけど。いい加減。あんたのその甲高い声にもイラついてきたわ。以後、私の半径1メートル以内に入ったら、言い訳なしで即ぶん殴るから、そのつもりでよろしく。聞いてる？
I stomped on the chair again, and finally saw an expression of fear arrive on Satoko's face. I knew this was the best answer. When given the chance, I had to give it to her straight. But it made me mad. I was the last one in the world who wanted to see Satoko looking like that. I was the one who was forcing her to make that expression. It made me sick. But it was fine in the end. This Satoko wasn't the one I knew after all. And one day I'd read this world for sure. Even if I killed her on the spot, it wouldn't have anything to do with the Satoko of my world. That's why it didn't hurt inside at all, seeing her look at me so terrified.
ほら、リカちゃんの本を返してあげて。はい、リカちゃん。
Lena plucked a document from a bewildered classmate and returned it to me.
だからもう、さとこちゃんを許してあげて。少しやりすぎだよ。
ふーん。なら、私の大切な本を奪って、貴重な読書の時間の邪魔をするのは、大してやりすぎではない。
そういう意味じゃなくて。
当事者じゃないなら引っ込んでて。私はこれを取り戻せて満足よ。
I kicked the chair over, indicating to Satoko that she'd been released. But even that action made her so scared that she was frozen in place. I didn't waste time going back to my own seat. And then Satoko began to bawl shamelessly, and Satoshi went over, making a big overprotective fuss about the nurse's office and whatnot. The noise quickly reached the faculty room, and Chie and the principal soon burst in.
大丈夫ですか、さとこさん。これはあざになるかもしれませんね。サトシ君、保健室へ連れて行って休ませてください。私は山本先生を呼んできます。
While Chie was talking, the principal must have asked me on what had happened in the classroom. Mion spoke to him in hushed tones, glancing my way. She was probably saying she had no part in this. Only nasty Mion might say that. She didn't betray my expectation. The principal came over to me and told me to come with him to the principal's office. This usually happens when a bullied child happens to bully back. The side effect of the bullying, perhaps. I was seriously fed up with everything, but my goal had only been to scare Satoko off from bothering me ever again. Now that I had done that, I decided I needed to calm the situation down. After being brought to the principal's office, he kept asking me why I punched Satoko and lectured me that violence was never the answer. But regarding her taking my book and tormenting me, he admitted she was at fault, and I felt a little relieved.
これはなかなか難しい本であるな。フルデ君の家の書物かね。
まあ、そんなところなのです。
わしも古文は嫌いではないが、これはなかなかに難読だ。君には読めるのかね。
読めなきゃ読みませんです。
それは道理である。どういう内容のことが書いてあるのか、少し校長先生にも教えてくれんかね。
His behavior wasn't one out of interest in the book, so much as an act dripping with pity, like he wanted to ease the mind of someone alienated and bullied in class a little. Accepting that would do nothing but further amplify my current unhappiness.
別に友達なんか欲しくないし、校長先生に友達になっても欲しくありません。もういいのですか？私はその続きを一刻も早く読み進めたいのです。
フルデ君、読書もいいが、たまには友達に混じって遊ぶのもいいこととは思わんかね。
私の友達は別の遠い場所にいます。ここにはいないので興味ないです。
その手痛まないかね。
え？ああ。
I didn't realize it until the principal pointed it out. I must have scraped the skin on my hand when I punched Satoko as hard as I could. A little bit of blood was seeping from my right fist.
保健室に山本先生が来てるから、行って手当てをしてもらいなさい。
そうします。
フルデ君、学校は勉強をするだけのところじゃない。友達を作るところでもあるぞ。 少しそこを肝に。
失礼しますです。ペコリ。
This world's principal wasn't the principal who was allowed to lecture me, so I didn't have any desire to listen. On my way to the nurse's office, I passed the classroom. I met eyes with several students inside, but they immediately looked away. Maybe this will work out. I'm more comfortable with them being scared than teasing me. Isolating herself. It's very interesting how in this case it's, you know, it's been the message of this game of, you know, isolating yourself from other people is a horrible thing to do. And as we can see here, Rika's doing the same thing. But yet, she's isolating herself in order to get back to the friends she cares about. Isn't that an interesting angle to take the message in? When I went into the nurse's office, the doctor was just putting a big piece of absorbent cotton under Satoko's eye. Chie, who was with her, looked at me, then walked over with a scary look on her face.
さあ、二人とも。Satokoさんはご本を取ってごめんなさいと。フルデさんは殴ってごめんなさいと。互いに謝りなさい。
Satoko had been scared and weak in the face of the sudden violence earlier, must have calmed down since she now looked dejected. She looked like it didn't make sense to her how she was only teasing me a little and then I suddenly went crazy for no reason and hit her. If she was like that, there was no way she would apologize first. Of course, I had no duty to apologize either, so I wouldn't apologize first.
ほら、二人とも。お互い謝らないならいつまでもこのままですよ。
Chie yelled at us. Currently making a sour face, I held my bleeding fist out to Yamamoto.
出血してるじゃないかね。座りなさい。消毒しよう。
二人とも。先生の言うことが聞けませんか？謝りなさい。
I sensed that if we kept making Chie mad, she might tell us to stay after school. What did she think this was? Like hell, I let some school I don't care about do their little lecturing nonsense at me. Every second of every minute's precious. I can't waste a single one. Once I understood that, I was the first to act. As Yamamoto disinfected the wound, I smoothly gave her my apology.
北条さん、殴ったりしてごめんなさい。
Even I was appalled at how insincere my apology was. Chie probably felt the same way, but she at least appreciated the words.
ほら、フルデさんは謝りましたよ。サトコさんも謝りなさい。
ご本を取っていたずらしてすみませんでした。
Satoko's own apology was no less disingenuous than mine. I glared straight into Satoko's eyes, warning her to never bother me again. But Satoko was in her rebellious phase. It would take a lot more than that to make her wince. She returned my glare in kind, as if to say she'd give me back next time. Chie sighed, unable to do much about her insincere apologies. And then the bell signaling the end of lunch break rang.
では、サトコさん、教室に戻りましょう。フルデさんも手当てが終わったらすぐに戻ってくるように。
Chie followed Satoko and left the nurse's office. I didn't give them so much as a glance and just held my white hand out to Yamamoto. The stinging pain of the disinfectant was somehow weak. The hand receiving treatment didn't even feel like my hand. I suppose it wouldn't. It's Rika Furude's hand, not mine.
みんな今年で学校がおしまいになってしまうのが寂しいんだな。君もだろう？
別にそういうわけじゃない。
住み慣れた故郷が湖底に沈むんだ。悲しくないわけがないよ。
君たちの気持ちもよくわかるさ。
That must have been Yamamoto's interpretation of the strained atmosphere in the classroom. If he was convinced of that, then maybe it was fine. It didn't matter to me.
君だってちょっと前までは友達がいっぱいいた。
Too long ago.
でもたまたま君と特に仲がいい友達がみんな揃って転校しちゃったんだよな。
Huh.
君が突然一人ぼっちになってしまった寂しい気持ちはわしもよくわかる。
仲の良かった友達です。
ほら、富田くんや岡村くんたちさ。いっつも仲良しの男子たちと一緒にいたじゃないか。君はこう一点で随分可愛がられていたと思うけど。
I see. Even Rika Furude had friends for a while in this world. And thanks to a stroke of bad luck, they all transferred out together and left her behind.
でも友達は彼らだけじゃないんじゃないかね。寂しい気持ちもわかるし、来年までの仲かもしれないけど、クラスの他の子とも友達になって楽しくやっていった方が君にとってもいいんじゃないかい？
別に親しくなりたくなんかないし、私の本当の友達はあなたの言う通り遠くへ行ってしまったわ。とてもとても遠くへね。私はそこへ帰りたいだけ。
リカちゃんはいつからそんな大人びた話し方をするようになったのかね？
うん、まあ気分です。
先日君がボールを頭にぶつけて気絶した一件以来、君がこれまで見せなかった暗い表情を見せているような気がしてね。心配してるんだよ。
I didn't know how close this Yamamoto man was to Rika Furude, nor how much of her he knew. But judging from his words, he seemed to be the kind of adult who understood children's feelings, just like Yurei in the previous world.
あのボールが当たった時、多分フルでリカは死んだと思うんです。
あれくらいで死んでたらドッジボールもできないよ。じゃああれで死んでたんなら君は亡者ということなのかね？
Yamamoto laughed a little, but not completely to tease me. It was just to urge me further along. Ah, so Yamamoto wasn't just a doctor at the nurse's office, but a mental counselor for students at a respectable age. It looked like he wasn't Irei's replacement for nothing. For some reason, I felt like opening up a little to him. Maybe it was because he didn't exist in the world I knew. Right now, everyone who was in the world I knew, no matter who it was, made me uncomfortable. That was why I felt like opening up specifically to someone who wasn't in that world. After all, Yamamoto probably thought I was just a girl hitting puberty. Whatever nonsense I spouted, he would nod and agree.
私、山本たちの知ってるフルでリカじゃないんです。
それはどういうことだね？じゃあ君は誰なのかな？
とりあえずベルンカステルって名乗ることにしました。
Burn Castle.
フルでリカって名乗ったらこの体の本来の持ち主に悪いので。
ベルン？横文字かい？
German, huh?
まるで宇宙人みたいだね。君はどこから来たんだい？
別の世界からです。例えるならイフの世界。同じひなみ沢だけど歴史や成り立ちが全く違う世界。この世界ではダム計画が決定して
村人の立ち退きが決まっているけれど、ダム計画に村人が結束して立ち上がり、計画を打倒する。そしてダム計画は無期限に凍結された。そういう世界から来ました。
では君の来たひなみ沢はダム湖には沈まないわけか。
そうです。昭和58年の後もずっとのどかな生活が続いていきます。
いいひなみ沢だね。わしもこの土地をとても気に入ってるから、立ち退きは本当は心苦しい。だから君の来たという世界のひなみ沢に憧れるよ。その世界のひなみ沢をもう少しわしに教えてくれんかね。
The first step in counseling was to agree to whatever absurd story the patient came out with. If I didn't know that piece of trivia, I might have teared up at Yamamoto telling me to continue. But I couldn't resist the temptation to keep going. He encouraged me and I kept talking. In that world, there was a big protest movement we called a damn conflict, and it took years for them to withdraw the proposal. And through that conflict, the villagers came together. Everyone got along. All of the students were friends, and we even had transfer students come in from the outside of the village. And we made a club where we would play games with me on as the president. And while Satoko was very unfortunate, she was good friends with me. And then...
さとこちゃんがかわいそうだな。なんでさとこちゃんが村中からいじめられなくちゃいけないんだい？みんな幸せな世界なんだから、さとこちゃんにも意地悪しないで幸せの輪に入れてあげなよ。
別に意地悪で言ってるわけじゃないわ。私の世界ではそうというだけの話よ。それにこの世界のさとこよりは辛い運命をたどるかもしれないけど、そのさとこは私の一番の友達で、他に比べるものなどない唯一無二の親友だから、この世界のさとこの顔が余計に腹が立つの。
その君の本当の親友と同じ顔で君に意地悪をするのが許せない？
そう。
Yamamoto heaved a heavy sigh and then stared out the window with his arms folded. It looked like the rain outside had wet up somewhat, but it was still drizzling. After keeping his silence for a few moments, Yamamoto spoke up.
つまり、ここは君の世界じゃないということかい？
そうです。私は元の世界に帰らなければならない。ここは私の世界じゃないんですから。
確かに、そんな楽しいひなみ沢なら一刻も早く元の世界に帰りたいよな。でも帰る方法はあるのかね？
あります。でも探すのはとても大変です。
ほう、そりゃどんな方法だい？
多分このひなみ沢のどこかにかけらが落ちています。そのかけらのせいで私を元の世界に戻す力を持った羽生、いえ、お社様がこの世界へ来られないのです。
お社様って古出神社に祀られてるあの神様のお社様？
説明すると長いですが、そんなところです。私は彼女と一緒にあまたの世界を巡ってきました。この世界はその結果に漂着した世界の一つでしかありません。だから彼女が来てくれればすぐにでも出ていくつもり。
急に話が大きくなったね。つまり君はお社様と一緒にこの世界へ来たわけだ。ところが君をこの世界から連れ出せるお社様がどういうわけかこの世界に入れない。
They save? Okay, good.
つまり君は船が漂流してしまって取り残されたようなものということかね。
平たく言うとそういうことです。彼女をこちらに呼びたくても、彼女を阻害するかけらがこのひなみ沢のどこかにある。それを見つけ出して焼いてしまわないと私は元の世界へ帰れない。
そのかけらというのはどこにあるんだい？
どこかにあるの。かけらは重い。だからそれが宿る何か、どんな形をしているものに宿っているのかわからないし、宿っているのがものという保証もない。人間に宿っているのかもしれない。何もわからないんです。
君は物だったら焼くと言ったね。人だったらどうするんだい？
羽生は人の場合なら殺すことで同じ意味を持つと言ってる。かけらを宿すのが人間でないことを祈ってるわ。
その羽生というのは誰だい？新しい登場人物だね。
ああ、お社様の別名よ。むしろ羽生が本名。お社様なんて名前は後世の村人の誰かがつけた適当な名前じゃない？
Yeah, most likely.
なるほど。それが君の読んでいた本に書いてあったのかな？
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
Yamamoto's arms remained folded, and he groaned and fought. Then their silence settled, with rain being the only audible sound. Maybe I got nervous. I knew it wouldn't solve anything to talk about it, but I did anyway. Yamamoto was probably wondering if something was wrong with my brain. I could guess that by looking at his complicated expression.
そのかけらは見つかりそうかい？
わからないわ。羽生に干渉する力なのだから、お社様にゆかりのある何かにヒントがあるんじゃないかと思って古文書を読んでいるところ。探し物のヒントを探してる、そんな状態ね。
そうか、見つかるといいね。でもそれが人だったら君はどうするんだい？まさか本当に殺しちゃう気なのかね？
そういう風に聞かれると返答に困るけど、それしか元の世界に戻る方法がないなら私は躊躇しないかもしれない。
Not the greatest thing to say to your doctor.
どうせ私の世界から見ればこの世界は妄想や白チュームと同じ。誰が死んだって私の世界では生きてるし関係ないもの。
なるほどなるほど。でもちょっと待ちなさい。君にとってこの世界は夢の中なのかもしれないが、わしにとってはここは自分の世界でね。たとえ誰であっても殺されちゃ困る。
理屈は分かってるし、私も人殺しなんてせずに帰れるならそれに越したことはないわ。
話題を戻そう。君に元の世界への帰り方を教えてくれるその羽生はどうやって君にそれを伝えるんだい？お告げみたいなものがあるのかい？それとも夢枕に立
つ？そんな曖昧なものじゃない。会話するのよ。ある水晶玉が 羽生と私の通信機の役目を果たすの。
わしもその羽生と話すことはできるかね。
That would be the fastest way. If we could talk to Hanyu directly, that would be enough to prove my nonsense true. But I felt uneasy. Even if I could talk to her, Yamamoto might not be able to. Those kinds of magic items come up pretty often in stories. But maybe it was worth a shot trying. Take the crystal ball out of my pocket.
そのビー玉が通信機かい？
やっぱりそう思うわよね。私もビー玉だと思ったわ。
The crystal ball's light was extremely weak. As it got dimmer, it was also taking longer to restore Voidlego. After talking to her several days ago, the light weakened again. It was having a hard time recovering. This much light wasn't quite enough. It looked like it needed a little bit more time to recover.
このビー玉に光が宿ってるのがわかる？
どうだろう。光の反射じゃないかい？でも綺麗なビー玉だね。ラムネ瓶の玉かい？
とんでもない。グルデ神社の至宝、カムのなんたらとかいうありがたい宝だそうよ。ラムネ瓶の玉に見えるって点では悪いけど、私も同感ね。
フルデ神社の。これでどうやって羽生と会話を？
Aren't those Wamui bottles they're talking about, like the bottles you poke in the marble into like a storage device, where like above the drink and then you drink it? I think I had one of those before.
私は額に当てるようにするわ。すると声が聞こえるの。
Yamamoto immediately tried. He shut his eyes and let out a low groan. Probably wouldn't work. I couldn't tell if it was because it wasn't me or because the power was too weak.
申し訳ないが、わしには聞こえんな。君はどうだね？
羽生と話すにはある程度の力が回復してないといけない。貸して。私でもダメね。まだ回復しきっていない水晶玉では羽生の声を聞くことができないわ。
I pushed it tightly against my forehead, but all I felt was a cool sensation. I couldn't feel the power in it.
そうか。それは残念だな。
日数を重ねると多少は力が回復するようなの。時間をもらえればきっとまた会話ができるようになるわ。その時もう一度試してもらえれば。
そうかい。じゃあもし会話ができるようになったら、ぜひわしにも会話をさせてくれないかね。
ええ、もちろんよ。このままじゃただの寝言か世まい事と思われて終わりだもの。その失礼な誤解を解かなくちゃ後味が悪いわ。
その水晶玉の神通力はどのくらいの時間を待てば回復するんだい？
もう少しだと思う。もう一晩も待てばひょっとすると大丈夫かもしれない。力が戻ったらあなたに教えるわ。
ありがとう。待ってるよ。もし羽生と話をさせてくれたら、わしも君が元の世界へ帰れるように協力しようじゃないか。どうだね？
本当に？
The simple word help made a deep impression on my mind. If someone other than Hanyu were around to understand me, it would obviously be a reassurance. And with two people, the time it would take to go through the piles of literature would be halved. I'd welcome the help of a cat at this point, so I was really glad. On the other hand, I had to think about what Yamamoto felt. For Yamamoto, right now, I was a dangerous person who said she might even commit murder over the illusion. He was only speaking to me in such an understanding way to try and keep communication going. It didn't mean he actually believed me. But if Hanyu and Yamamoto could talk, it would clear all those fears away, and then he'd have to believe in the supernatural phenomenon of Hanyu and me. But the real world didn't usually work out that well. After all, even if I made Hanyu talk to him, it could end in the way it always does, with Yamamoto not hearing anything. I could convey what she was saying, but he wouldn't believe it. But that didn't mean I had the option of not trying. I wouldn't give up before doing it. I'd try everything. Wasn't that the lesson I learned from this 100-year journey?
約束よ。ちゃんと羽生と話ができたら信じて。会う会うしか言わない。およそ神様っぽくないやつだけどね。
約束するよ。羽生と話をさせてくれたら君の話を信じよう。でももし羽生と話ができなかったらどうする？
I didn't actually think he'd reply like that, and it confused me.
どうするって言われても。
君が勝ったら君の話を信じる約束になってる。じゃあわしが勝ったら君がわしの話を信じるという約束にしないかな。どうだね？公平だろ？
山本の何の話を信じろと？
Well, I couldn't imagine it without having to ask. He'd probably tell me to go to a largest hospital and have my head given a proper look at. Of course, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my head, so it would come up with zero results. When that happened, maybe they'd say I needed to take care of my mind and give me psychotropic drugs or something. I heard this from Rena once before. There's a drug that makes you incredibly lethargic, unable to do or even think anything at all. Dangerous patients think terrible things and sometimes actually do them. The drug stopped that from happening. If they made me take that, it would be the same as killing me. It might seem like a fair condition, but it looked to me like the scales weren't in my favor to begin with. I shouldn't have told this stuff to a man I barely knew. After all that, I began to regret my decision. Could I fool him if I said it was all a joke? Did you believe in me, Nipa? If that was going to be my last resort, I could use it if my attempt to have Yamamoto and Hanyu communicate failed. I didn't abandon the possibility that Yamamoto could be my ally without trying first.
じゃあ明日はちゃんとリカちゃんのために予定を空けておこう。それでいいかい？
He made a suggestion, taking a notebook out of his coat and going over his other appointments. I nodded and said I agreed. Interesting. So make a little deal, huh? Yamamoto is a... I mean, hey, I can say he's a good doctor. After school, as I was about to head home before the rain started up again, Satoshi called out to me. I looked up and saw Mion and Rena with him. I'd been stopped by the upperclassmen brigade. Their expressions weren't exactly gentle ones, and I suspected I was in for some sort of punishment after what I did during lunch break.
何かご用なのですか？うん。少しお話ししたいなって思って。お昼休みのことなのですか？それもあるし、さとこをお椅子で叩いたりとかしてごめんなさいなのです。
I spoke to the words fine, but didn't bother to hide my glum attitude.
だよリカちゃん。別に私たちはリカちゃんを叱ろうとかそういうつもりで呼び止めたんじゃないんだよ。ならどうして呼び止めたのですか？
まあ単刀直入に言うとさ、みんなで仲良くなるためにどうしたらいいだろうねって相談だよ。たださ、一応理解してほしいんだよね。今の現状を招いたのはリカちゃんにも多少の責任があるってこと。
ミオン、そんなことを今わざわざ言わなくても。
こういうのを教えてあげるのも上級生の役割だと思うけどな。違
う？もう。
This conversation didn't look like it would be a fun one. If I moved them off, it would probably only get worse, so I decided to just pretend I was listening. Mina took my silence for being dispirited, and she started speaking in a much more light-hearted tone.
リカちゃんだってみんなとお友達で楽しく遊べたら素敵だって思うでしょ？それでね、みんなでね、仲良く遊べるようにはどうすればいいのか私たち考えたの。なんだと思うかな？わかりませんです。
リカちゃんは知らないと思うけど、ミオンってね、いろんなゲームを持ってるんだよ。ね。
まあ昔の趣味だけどね。
Why it was created in the first place.
小さい頃にどういうわけかボードゲームとかカードゲームをすごく集めてた時期があってね。最近は全然興味ないんだけど、まあ捨てるわけじゃなし、大量に在庫があったりするわけよ。
楽しそうなゲームがいっぱいあるのに全然遊んでなくて埃をかぶってるなんてもったいないよね。私あの泥棒役がサングラスかけて遊ぶイギリスの泥棒ゲームやってみたいな。
僕は木の枝をどんどんつなげていくあの積み木みたいなゲームをやってみたいよ。
どのマニュアルも英語なんだけどな。シオンの野郎がそういうののマニュアルを読むのだけは得意だったっけ？シオンに聞けば早いけど学園行っちゃったからな。
ならみんなで読んで理解しようよ。それもきっと楽しいよ。
そうだね。みんなで同じルールでゲームするなら、たとえ間違ってても公平だしね。
ね、楽しそうでしょ？放課後にみんなで集まってゲームで遊ぶゲーム部って部活を始めようって思ってるの。ゲーム部、部活。
クラスの誰もが参加できるんだよ。そこでみんなで遊んでいるうちに、きっとリカちゃんもいつの間にかみんなの輪に溶け込んでると思うんだ。
クラスで一人だけ浮いちゃってるあんたを溶け込ませてあげようっていう上級生の心遣いってわけよ。
だからミオン、そういうことは言わなくても。
最近は少し気の毒な感じもしてきたけど、実際のとこ私は今のリカちゃんの孤立は多少自業自得なところもあったんじゃないかって思ってる。
Oh yeah, that's true. My own fault. Mina and Satoshi fell silent after hearing that. I guess everyone in class shares Mion's opinion.
自業自得なのですか?
Of course, though, this was about me. I had no idea what they meant by that. They were talking about the week of free day before I came. To me, she was the same as a stranger. But to them, must have seemed like my surprised tone was just me not understanding because I was young. They sighed a little. It was an unpleasant sigh, like they were telling me to look at myself. I wanted to be freed from this as soon as possible.
まだみんなが引っ越してっちゃう前さ、リカちゃんってさ、お姫様だったよね。
お姫様ですか？
そう、お姫様。リカちゃんは男の子たちのグループの中で何でもチヤホヤしてもらえるお姫様だったよね。自分からは何もせず、常に彼らに何かをさせる。富田くんや岡村くん覚えてる？あの二人なんかは特にあんたが好きだったみたいだから、あんたが言うことは何でもしたよね。あんたはその上にあぐらをかいて涼しそうにしてるだけだった。そしてあんたに好意のある男の子たちを競わせるようなことをして、いっつも漁夫の利のような感じでちゃっかりとこうしてる。そんなのを不愉快に思ってる子も少なくなかったんだよ。だからそういう男の子たちが偶然にもみんな引っ越しちゃって、あんただけが取り残された時、ざまあみろって言ってる子もいたんだよ。
None of that was about me.
リカちゃん、君にしてる話だよ。みーちゃんの話聞いてあげて。聞いてますですよ。聞いてないよ。リカちゃんは自分とは関係ない話だと思ってる。そうでしょ
Whether Rena or Rena, she was just just as sharp about the weirdest things. I wanted to believe it was just a wild guess, but she had hit the nail right on the head.
レイナもよしなよ。リカちゃんはもうそれを十分反省したと思うよ。
どうかな。反省したとはまだ聞いてないし、その様子からだと私たちに言われるまで気づきもしなかったって風だよ。
だからよしなって。僕たちはリカちゃんをいじめたいわけじゃないんだ。本当の意味でリカちゃんと友達になりたいって思ってるんだよ。それには僕たちもリカちゃんもこれまでの関係を変えていく努力をしていかなくちゃならない。
It is very bittersweet. I would describe this chapter as just the feeling of bittersweetness. Of like, you know, these characters who come to know and love, try and help out Rika, but Rika can never connect with these people that wear the faces of her friends. She will never accept that. She will always be trying to go back to her original world, to the friends she truly know and love and trust, even though they're trying in this world. But Rika can never connect with these people. For some reason, I was upset, because it was though they weren't talking about Rika Furude, but about me. Me, a princess. There's no guarantee I wasn't one until now. Loved the most of all the club members, Rena and the boys in the class pampering me, laughing at Satoko and Kechi's failures as I coolly profited from their conflict. Without giving anything myself, I just greedily devoured the goodwill people poured upon me. They were right, that was me. I hadn't wanted to accept this sad, lonely world and set myself apart. But of course they couldn't have actually been talking about me. So, though I didn't know the reason, I was still upset.
部活にはね、サトコも加えようと思うんだ。サトコだって意地っ張りだから直接はなかなか言えないけど、リカちゃんと仲直りしたいって思ってるんだよ。
どう？ゲーム部の部活にリカちゃんも参加してみない？きっと楽しいと思うよ。
こんなあたりからでもさ、自分を変えようと小さな努力を始めてみない？ってこと。
最初はギクシャクすることもあるかもしれない。でもね、きっとそのうち仲良しになれると思うの。だってみんなもリカちゃんとお友達になりたいと思ってるし、リカちゃんもみんなとお友達になりたいと思ってるなら、双方が手を伸ばし合ってるんだもん。届かないわけない。
もう僕たちは伸ばしてるんだよ。あとはリカちゃんが掴むだけ。
I felt like Kechi said something a lot like that in some other world. Those words probably made Rika Furude happy. But that wasn't me. All this only applied to the Rika Furude from before I possessed this body. For me, this world was fake, a dream world. And besides, I was in the middle of a hunt. I didn't have time to hang out with them. But they weren't faking their feelings for Rika Furude. And I found myself without an answer, at a loss for how to respond to them.
リカちゃん、ごめんね。実はさっきお手洗いに行くとき、保健室で山本先生としてる話、ちょっとだけ聞いちゃったの。
When Rina gave me an apologetic look, I never thought others would be listening to that conversation, which must have sounded like garbled nonsense to anyone from this world. I understand if it weirded them out and they didn't want to come near me, but I couldn't quite understand why it resulted in this.
リカちゃんが言ってた世界って、みんなが仲良しのとっても楽しい世界なんだよね。リカちゃんはそこへ帰りたいって言ってたよね。だからね、私たち話し合ってリカちゃんがその世界に戻れる方法を考えたの。
と言っても、もちろん引っ越しちゃった富田くんや岡村くんたちを呼び戻すわけじゃないけどね。
うん。元の世界へ戻ることって誰もが望むことだと思うけど、それって絶対できないことだと思うの。え？
That startled me. There was no way Rina knew about me in my old world. Even still, her words felt full of meaning, and they echoed in my heart.
壊れたコップのかけらをどう未練がましく拾おうとしてもね、かけらはかけら。一度砕けちゃったものはもう戻らないの。でもね、コップは一つじゃない。壊れたコップは惜しいだろうけど、また探せばいいんだよ。でも砕けたコップのかけらを見つめてうなだれているうちは絶対に見つけられない。
つまりね、リカちゃん、引っ越してしまったリカちゃんの親しかった友達はもう呼び戻せないけど、ならそれに負けないくらいの友達をまた作ればいいんだよ。
きっとそうして作った世界はリカちゃんの元の世界に限りなく近い世界になると思うの。もちろん全く同じにはならない。でもね、それが一番元の世界に近づける方法だと思うな。
そうすることでさ、前よりも素敵な関係を築けるってことはあるよね。雨降って地面がなんとやらって言うでしょ。
どう？リカちゃん、僕たちもリカちゃんがみんなに早く馴染めるよう応援する。だから僕たちと一緒に頑張ってみないかな。
Those gentle words would have been tear-worthy if they had been said to this world's Rika Furude. But now that I had possessed her, she was gone. The Rika Furude they were talking to was no longer of this world. I thought to myself that I should just give this body back to her. If I did, me living in this remote parallel universe would have the chance to change her fate and make this world a happy one, if only little by little. If I went back to my old world and gave this leftover body back to Rika Furude, but I couldn't do that. Because for me to leave this world would require the same method as returning the fragment from this world to the world of the gods. In other words, my death. Only my death could make me go away. Which meant, at the point I took over for Rika Furude, she was the same as dead. But maybe, just maybe, there was one way to return this body to Rika Furude. That would be for me to die a different way. I wasn't a parasite or anything. In a difficult to understand terms, I was an individual personality aware of other universes. Or maybe I should call myself a memory aware of other universes. And that meant that if I could forget about the other worlds, that would represent the same thing as me dying. This world was the only world for Rika Furude, and she would live the best she could in it. If so, I would gradually forget, eventually losing my grasp on which world I had lived in, and try my hardest to live in the world I was in now, which meant that giving up on my previous world and living in this one was possible simply if I decided to do it. Like Rina said, it might be a different world than my old one, but it was the closest I could ever get. It might be a little different from my old world, but the club would still form. In exchange for Kechi and half our classmates, Satoshi was here. I wasn't best friends with Satoko, but depending on how we interacted in the future, we could at least become regular friends. Himizawa would sink underwater in another 6 months, but I could work hard to make new friends in my new home. That cool destiny wasn't Rika Furude's alone. It was an impartial destiny, shared equally by all who lived in this world. Only I had the luxury of being a special case and jumping between destinies at a whim. I didn't know. Which world should I devote myself to? Rina's words came back to me. A broken cup never went back to normal, and I couldn't find another one as long as I was lamenting the first. What did the cup represent? Cups were for filling with water. The water could probably be called happiness. The cup broke, and the happiness inside was scattered everywhere. The cup was broken, and I was at a loss, unable to fill it with happiness again. But if I could change the way I thought, and rather than be attached to the broken cup forever, fill a new cup with new happiness, move on, change, it could open the door to a new world. Still, while that world might be similar, it wouldn't be the same. My heart had weakened, and I had been discouraged. Wasn't this only so tempting because my search for the key to go back was so difficult? Before, didn't I swear I put in any effort I needed to return to my old world? If I broke that oath, Hanyu, gambling on my fate, would be left behind for all eternity, all alone, and I'd be the only one so selfishly happy. While I didn't have any responsibility to make Hanyu happy. She was my ally and partner who stuck with me for 100 years, and my friend. So even if I wanted to give in to temptation, I'd have to ask Hanyu. Which meant, right now, I had no right to answer their proposal.
本当にありがとうです。とても嬉しく思いますのです。
大丈夫。僕たちがきっと守ってあげるから。だからこの学校が廃校になっちゃうまでの時間、いっぱい楽しい思い出作りをしようよ。
いえ、少しだけ 心の整理をしたいのです。
はあ？何を乙女チックなことを。別にサトシがあんたに告ったわけでもないでしょうが。
みーちゃん、余計なことは言わないの。私はリカちゃんの気持ちちょっぴりだけわかるよ。だからリカちゃんが心の整理をつけるの待ってるからね。ありがとうです。もしお願いするときはどうかこのフルでリカをみんなの仲間に加えてやってくださいです。
I bowed apologetically. Here and now, that was the most I could do. After refusing their suggestion that we all go home together, I left on my own. It was Rika Furude's right, not mine, to enjoy going home with them. It wasn't something I, Frederica Bernkessel, could accept. What was I, anyway? I wondered if another ball could fly into my head like before. That was how this world's Rika Furude was possessed by me. So if I got hit again, would I vanish, and the pure Rika Furude who lives in this world return? If only I wasn't me, I wouldn't hesitate to take them up on their offer. This world truly was far sadder than the one I'd come from. But this world had something all its own, and the opportunity to become a happy world in its own right. If I hadn't known about the other worlds, I wouldn't have been able to contain tears of joy at the mere premonition of happiness I might once again attain. Were these conflicting emotions those of this world's Rika Furude sweeping inside of me? Those emotions made me angry, and I blamed myself, asking why I put their offer on hold and went home all alone. My mother always immediately followed that up with a "Do you have homework?" but not today.
Rika?
Her voice was vaguely cheerful and light. I wondered what it was. Did she want to surprise me in a good way? But I couldn't remember today being special. A person's expectations sometimes come out in their voice. For the time being, it felt okay to go poke my head in. I set down my things and headed for the kitchen. When I entered, my mother had already started on dinner, despite it being so early. She was in a good mood. I wondered if something nice had happened. Every year at this time, with the Higurashi festival approaching, she usually got more and more impatient with all the preparations and setup. Knowing all of that, my mother's good mood baffled and confused me. I asked if she needed something. When I did, she suggested something I never heard even once in these 100 years.
お母さんと一緒に今日はカレーを作りましょうね。立派なのを作ってお父さんを驚かせちゃおう。
I didn't like curry that much. But before these 100 years, meaning not me but Rika Furude, I think she might have liked it. I knew at least that my mother was trying to make her daughter happy and suggesting she and Rika Furude, not I, make dinner together. I didn't like my mother that much. She was prone to hysterics, and I hated how she always sounded like she was hunting you down when she talked. When she treated me so nicely, my reason for disliking her felt irrational. Wondering why my mother had a change of heart, I decided to go along with it so as not to hurt her feelings.
じゃあ、じゃがいもの皮を剥きましょうか。包丁でできる？危ないから皮剥き器を使いなさい。
I was actually rather good with a knife. that was so good that when I peeled daikon radishes, I could make a long strip of skin at the same time I sliced them. But there was no reason to damage my mother's pride by showing her that her daughter could use knives better than her. I decided to make her look good for now. My mother had probably been using knives for a decade now, but I'd been using them for many decades. There was an order of magnitudes difference between us. So I wanted to be proud of using a knife better than my mother. I wanted to brag about it, but that might have trampled over her feelings, her wanting to teach her daughter how to use a knife. It's a very interesting question of what happens to the week of Furu days that Frederica, or Burncastle, but yeah, let's just refer to her as Burncastle. Burncastle hops in, because she's been dying for hundreds upon hundreds of times, right? And she transfers bodies. Obviously, her consciousness is still active. The consciousness of Burncastle, it's just been active for hundreds of years. But the Rika Furudes that she goes into, their personalities are destroyed. Gone completely. All of their experiences, every single thought they've ever had, their innocence, their childlike glee, gone in an instance, replaced by a different entity, a different Rika that's much older than they will ever be. It's an interesting question. Parents are supposed to live longer than their children. So the children respect the things their parents have learned from having lived longer than them. But witches like me live longer than their parents and learn many more things. Once again, we gotta have a fucking witch counter for this chapter. I swear to God, it's been mentioned like 5 times. I think 6, actually. Still, I think I probably never learned what I really needed to do. I mean, as long as I genuinely listened to my mother, she never get hysterical. If I didn't feel like respecting her as my senior in life, she wouldn't feel like she needed to act as one either. In the end, all that was left was a cold, uncomfortable relationship between parent and child. If I had acted more like a daughter and pretended to be an ignorant child when I needed to be, maybe my relationship with her would have been more peaceful like this. Basically, she was Rika Furude's mother, not the mother of the witch who lived for 100 years. Thinking about it made it seem obvious she'd be cold to me.
ねえ、こうして煮えにくいものから順番にお鍋に入れていくのよ。
うん。玉ねぎはいつ入れるの？
玉ねぎは煮すぎると溶けちゃうから最後でいいのよ。リカが頑張って切った玉ねぎだもんね。きっと美味しくなるわよ。
My mother smiled. She seemed very happy. Her smile was warm. I thought I'd completely forgotten over these 100 years, but I remembered for less than a moment in time. My parents had to die in 1981. That fate was unchangeable. Besides, we could never get along in the first place, so it didn't matter if they died. As thoughts like that overlapped, maybe my concern with my parents had waned. Our hearts had steadily lost their connection, and the situation had steadily worsened. Before now, I hadn't thought I could get anything from this world. Not once did I think it would make me realize something like that. With a mother like this, maybe spending time with her would be warm. It would be fun. That's right. The reason I rejected my mother's warmth, maybe it was because I wanted to soften the sadness I felt at her death. If I couldn't change the fate she met in 1981, then she might as well hate me. Was that the idea at the root of it all? In this world, my mother hadn't died in 1981. She would stay here for a long time to come. I felt just a little jealous of Rika Furude, and I was stricken with the desire to return this world's me to her. This world was so different than my previous one. Kechi wasn't here, Shion wasn't here, Hanyu wasn't here, but in exchange Satoshi and my parents were here. There's no club, but there would be one soon. Satoko wasn't my best friend, but she could be in the future. I could weigh my previous world and this one on the scales, but I wouldn't know which way it would tip. I decided to leave this decision up to Hanyu. Yes, my destiny wasn't mine alone. It was Hanyu's destiny too. Whichever I chose, I would have to talk to Hanyu before making my final decision. This multiple world concept was something I only had because Hanyu had lent me her power. If Hanyu had never given it to me, it would have been over from the very start. Takano would have sliced open my belly and that would have been it. We put the lid on the curry, so now it just had to simmer. My father returned in the meantime and really enjoyed seeing us making curry together. Then at my mother's suggestion, he set the table. In any normal 1981, he really hated it when my mother told him to do anything. But he wasn't troubled at all at the prospect in this world.
Rika はみんなのお皿にご飯を盛り付けてちょうだい。できる？
できますです。
Of course I can do that, idiot. It's something I've fought many times before. But this time I didn't. I opened the warm, steaming rice cooker and plated the rice. My mother brought the piping hot curry pot over and spilt it among everyone's plates.
おお、すごいね。リカが盛り付けたご飯に母さんが作ってくれたカレーか。美味しそうだ。
違うわよ。ねえ。カレーもリカと一緒に作ったのに失礼なお父さんね。
I peeled myself back. Furude Rika shouted that I wasn't needed, so I pulled back. I withdrew inside Rika Furude, and she got to enjoy a family dinner from the bottom of her heart. When we saw the corked potatoes, we all laughed pleasantly. I would never cut potatoes to be so ugly. But Rika Furude was still bad at this, so these things happened. When I used the same ingredients, the only thing curry tasted like was the curry powder from the store. After 100 years of the same curry powder, it tasted the same no matter how you made it, but this particular curry tasted different. I cried at what Rika Furude had lost. No, at what I had lost. Family. Rika Furude got to experience the warmth she had once forgotten. I wondered if another ball would come flying and hit me in the head. Then I would pass out for a while, and upon waking again, I would be gone. Wasn't that the best possible happy ending? I was the stranger here. I thought this universe was the strange one from all of the other parallel universes, but it was me. I was the stranger. Then, what had that world been? The one I had reached after 100 years. Was it happiness that we all won? Kechi, Rena, Mion, Satoko, Shion, and I? Was it all worth nothing? That wasn't true. It was a radiant world, one we all won the right to live in after 100 years of learning to trust in each other. It was replete with a different kind of happiness than this one. Both shone brightly, and neither was better or worse than the other. Maybe in the end, most worlds weren't better or worse than any other. I only lived in the extreme worlds, the ones where I struggled to see whether Takano killed me or not. So out of all the infinite universes, I started to think of them as either right or wrong. But the multiverse wasn't simple enough to think of in binaries like that. Tomorrow's dinner might be steak or salted celery. It wasn't about which was right and which was wrong. In both these worlds, I'd spend a happy time eating dinner with family. What if my respective selves had been reversed during tonight's dinner? But that was an incredibly tasteless thing to ask. The real problem wasn't that big to begin with. Neither my last world nor this world was better than the other. I needed to accept that. I still didn't know where the fragment I needed to return to my world was. But what if I never knew, and the power of the crystal ball connecting me to Hanyu disappeared? I would disappear like the stranger I was, and give this body back to Rika Furude. From her point of view, she would have to say that I had returned to my old world. Just as I once called this world a daydream, for Rika Furude, my old world was the real daydream. Her strange delusions of me would simply disappear along with it. Maybe it didn't really matter how to return to my original world. Which world would I decide was the original? Maybe that was really all this was about. Huh. How can you value one universe over the other? The only way you can, as people, we can value things is if we've experienced them. So of course, if I'm from Universe A and I go to Universe B, I would obviously say Universe A is better because I was the one to experience all of that, while the main Universe B was dead, and only I remained. I didn't experience his wife. I didn't experience the things he's seen, fought. You can't measure worlds against each other, for they're so innately different. And they're not better or worse. They're just worlds. After we finished eating, we cleaned up our plates and started washing things. My father said he had a meeting tonight and he was about to leave again.
Rika, ちょっと洗っててくれる？ちょっとお父さんにお話があるんで、続きをやっててね。
はいですよ。
I responded cheerfully as Rika Furude, but I had realized something slightly out of place. If she had something to talk to my father about, there were plenty of chances during dinner. But she made me wash the dishes so they could talk amongst themselves. Rika just had to stay put and wash the dishes. But I couldn't suppress the curiosity that was welling up, and so snuck over to the front door to listen in on what my parents were saying. My mother was the one talking. Her tone of voice wasn't a cheery one.
それで、山本先生が市内の大きな病院に相談してくれてるらしいの。先生がおっしゃるには、脳よりも心の方かもしれないって。立派な先生がいらっしゃる病院だそうなの。
Ah. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have asked. Yamamoto certainly hadn't promised to keep our discussion in the nurse's office to himself. As soon as I left, he probably called my parents and told them their daughter was ranting about nonsense. He probably explained it as my isolation at school wearing down on my mind and damaging my heart. Considering what I told him, even that would be a conscientious interpretation.
リカに直接話はしたのか？
後で話すつもり。明日突然先生が来て病院へ行きましょうじゃ騙してるみたいだもの。でもね、あの子の気持ちを考えると わかるの。仲の良かった友達だけが先に引っ越しちゃって一人残されて、その気持ちを汲み取ってやればよかったのに。リカは最初から引っ越ししたくないってずっと言ってた。その気持ちの整理も待たず一方的に押さえつけてしまって。
山本先生は明日の何時にいらっしゃるんだ？
夕方って言ってたけど時間は聞かなかったわ。できたらお父さんもいてほしいって。
ああ、夕方は集会所にいるが、山本先生がいらっしゃったら呼んでくれ。
わかりました。
気を落とさずに。リカが元の世界に帰りたいと言い出す気持ちはよくわかるが、でももうどうしようもない。国と村とで決まってしまった話だ。ならせめてひなみ沢に住んでいたことを思い出すとき、楽しい思い出を真っ先に思い出せるようにしてやりたいな。
そうですね。
もう時間だから行くぞ。リカのことを頼む。
はい、いってらっしゃい。
I snuck back into the kitchen the same as I'd come, but I think the floorboards must have creaked. When my mother returned to the kitchen, she still didn't sound particularly cheerful.
聞いてたの、リカ。今日ね、山本先生から電話をもらったわ。リカが山本先生に相談した話のことを教えてもらったの。
As I said before, a good doctor.
みー、勝手におしゃべりするなんて山本はひどいやつなのです。
ごめんね、リカ。リカはずっとこの村に住んでいたかったのよね。その気持ちを考えず、だいぶ厳しい言葉をたくさんぶつけてしまった気がする。
いいのですよ。別にそんなことは気にしてませんです。
My mother's apology was meant to be heard by the Wikafurude living in this world. It wasn't for me to accept, so I denied it. But my mother kept apologizing anyway. I was going to deny it again, but I stopped. It wasn't my turn. I should pull back. And then I thought I felt myself begin to fade out. As I did, I felt my eyes grow warm. The rest was, for me, a misty, hazy world. I cried as I buried my face in my mother's chest. And my mother cried as well as she hugged me. If I could have disappeared like that, this too might have been Rika Furude's life. After that, my mother told a lot of stories of Himizawa, as if to reminisce about her own childhood. About what she was like as a kid, what she did and where. About things happening or not happening. As she talked, we comforted each other, both of us wanting our beloved village to stay in our hearts forever.
それでね、お母さんが子供の頃はすっごく村のお年寄りに大事にしてもらったの。それはね、お母さんがお社様の生まれ変わりって信じられてたからなのよ。
お社様の生まれ変わりって？
リカには話したことがなかったわね。古出家には古い言い伝えがあってね、第一子が8代続けて女の子だったら、その子はお社様の生まれ変わりであるって言い伝えがあるの。それがね、お母さんなの。
Oh.
私じゃなくて。
リカも女の子で第一子だけど9人目に当たるわね。うちは女系なのかしら。お母さんが8人目。お社様の生まれ変わりなの。
はあ。
でもこれは内緒よ。
Is that what changed?
誰にも言ってはいけないことになってるの。だからこのことを知っているのは死んだおばあちゃんと私とリカだけ。お母さんとあなたとの秘密よ。ね。
Sometimes as proof of trust between girls, they reveal secrets to one another. For my mother, this was probably a trivial secret that she could use for that reason. But for me, it was different. Hanyu was first able to appear before the eighth of 8 consecutive generations of girls before Oshiro-sama's reincarnation. But in this world, Rika Furude wasn't the 8th. She wasn't Oshiro-sama's reincarnation. So, in this world, Hanyu couldn't appear before Rika Furude. And that was when, with my face buried in my mother's chest, I felt a warmth. No, a literal heat. Does she have a fever? No. This felt the same as Hanyu's power. Fuck. No, this was a secret. With my grandmother dead, there was only one who knew my mother was Oshiro-sama's reincarnation, the woman herself. Which meant if my mother was gone, the fragment of there already being a reincarnation of Oshiro-sama in this world would disappear. My warm tears ceased to flow, and I felt my eyes drying up as I plummeted to the bottom of the abyss of despair. It was her. Mom had the fragment in her. If I could have, I would have chosen never to remember what that fact entailed. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. The 9th girl discovered the solution. Just keep going. It's the finale. When I tried using the crystal ball with Yamamoto today, it still hadn't recovered enough for him to talk to Hanyu. Only half a day had passed, but maybe if I went to the storehouse, I'd get through. Hanyu once told me the old air from the past had remained in the storehouse and that she felt comfortable there. Maybe that meant the storehouse was filled with Hanyu's power. In other words, while the crystal ball didn't have quite enough power, maybe being in the storehouse would help a little. Late that night, I slipped out of bed and snuck into the storehouse. I wanted nothing more than to talk to Hanyu. I went to the altar before the holy vessel and spoke into the crystal ball.
聞こえる？羽生。
The light in the ball was feeble, but its otherworldly glow was clearly pleasant. Please let her hear me. My wish was granted in a quiet voice, so low it might disappear at any moment, spoke in answer.
聞こえますのですよ、リカ。羽生、よかった。聞いて。私。どうしていいかわかんないの。わかんない。
This wasn't the time for crying. I needed to tell her everything I discovered and ask Hanyu's opinion. I crushed my frantic emotions and told her the fragment wasn't my mother. Hanyu stayed quiet for a few moments. She knew, of course, that I have to kill my mother to return the fragment to the world of the gods.
納得よね。あんたはお社様の生まれ変わりの前に姿を現す。この世界の私は8代目じゃないから。あんたは私の前に現れることができない。9代目はダメってことなの。
大昔のことです。私ですら。
It happened back when Hanyu was still living in Himizawa, before Hanyu became Oshio-sama. It was how it all began, which Hanyu never told me about, no matter how much I asked her.
僕が、いえ、私が神になろうと決めたとき、私の娘、リカのご先祖は、それをとても悲しみました。
Yeah.
私がそう決めたのが、人の世に絶望したからだと知っていたからです。
I took all the sins of the human world upon me, for there was no other way to cleanse those sins other than to destroy the sinners themselves. People were forcing their sins onto each other, an ugly existence. Their excessive cruelty caused me to lose hope in this world. I undertook all the sins of the human world and cleansed them by letting them kill me. I entrusted that final duty to my own daughter. I thought that unless I gave her that wool, she would one day be despised as the daughter of a demon god and lose all hope in the human world herself. My daughter didn't like that wool, but she understood the weight of her mission, and in the end she went through with it. But she said something to me, that she would change the human world, in which only the price of life could purify its sins. Humans would combine their strength and help each other, cooperating with mutual benefit in mind. She swore to me that she would create this utopia, which her mother had only dreamed of. Please, Mother, do not lose hope in the world of man. I swear that I shall heal that sadness. But I would become a god. I couldn't accept my daughter's feelings. No, actually, that wasn't it. I had already lost hope in the corrupted world of man. I just didn't want to look at it anymore. But my daughter made a firm promise that she would remake that world into something better. Then I shall believe in what you feel. When in this land people live happily, aid one another, support one another, and think as one, I shall return to this land once more. My daughter killed me and took control of the village, the divine power of the demon god dwelling within her. She became their leader and created doctrine so that everyone would trust in and help one another. By making them to fear a curse where discontent hearts would revive the specter of the demon god. She led them a strict way, not letting my purification go to waste, so that those purified sins would never again revisit the village. And so the village did regain a temporary peace, but I never descended to them again. I had rejected the human world much too strongly. But no matter how strong the power to reject, it can never last forever. Whether hearts or walls or woods or doors, there is nothing that time will not decay. Even the power shutting me away from the human world wouldn't last forever. My daughter would learn the limits of that power through a revelation from a higher god than me. It was said that when 8 generations of Furude bore a girl as their first child, I would come again. The miracle of 8 consecutive freshborn girls would be the key that broke my power of rejection. My daughter left that legend to the Furude family, and it passed down to her descendants, so that this land would continue becoming my ideal.
あなたが8人目として生まれた時、僕は人の世との接点を再び持てたのです。確かに大昔は人の世を嫌って無視していました。でも誰とも交流できない1000年は私の悲しみを癒してもなおあまりある時間。いつしか私は誰とも交流できない世界にむしろ悲しみすら覚えるようになりました。私が拒んだつもりでいた1000年は実は私を閉ざす罰のような1000年でもあったのです。私は人の世を浅はかな気持ちで嫌い、絶望したことを悟りました。そして悟り始めた時、フルデ家に女子が続けて生まれ始めた。あなたの母が身ごもった時、それが女子であってほしいと私がどれだけ祈ったことか。
でしょうね。私が最初に見た顔は母じゃなくてあんただった気がするもの。
この1000年、人の世を見限った私に対する罪だったのかもしれません。人は人の世に生きる。そして生まれた世界に懸命でなくてはならない。それを軽んじ世界を容易に手放そうとする者は1000年にも及ぶ流罪に等しい罰を受けなければならないのかもしれません。
Hanyu's words were heavy. Maybe haven't been carefree in our walk between countless worlds, even comparing our own lives to dice rolls. We had been sinful.
私は1000年ぶりの友人であり、娘であるあなたと人生を共にしました。そして昭和58年の袋小路にぶつかり、私は再び罪を犯しました。あなたの運命を変えるために力を使ったことです。
私たちは一番最初のあの世界で高野に腹を裂かれて死ぬ運命を受け入れるべきだったと言いたいの。
リカには残酷でしょうが、今の僕にはそう思います。僕は僕の生きる世界をないがしろにした。そしてリカの生きる世界までないがしろにしている。あなたと一緒の世界を懸命に生き、その最後を形に関わらず歓迎すべきであった。
やめて。あんたは自虐によって心地いいかもしれないけど、私には不愉快だわ。あんな運命に屈服したくない。もっともっと素晴らしい人生のためにどこまでも戦っていこうって言って、あんたと100年にも及ぶ旅路を共にしたはず。その果てにそんなことを言い出すなんてめちゃくちゃだわ。そんなのはあんたの干渉よ。そうしてあんたは私と共に築いてきたこの100年とその果てに掴んだ世界もないがしろにしようというのね。勝手な話じゃない。
死にゆく獣を助けて越に浸るのは人の罪です。雪山は獣を殺し、その数を神に委ねます。
私が死ぬのも運命だったと今頃言い出すわけ？あんたどうかしてるわ。あんたがどう言おうと私たちの勝ち取った世界は汗の結晶のような世界よ。その輝きは私とあなたにしかわからないはず。そのあなたがあの世界を否定するの。
リカ、話を戻します。僕は
8代目のあなたと一緒にこの世界を満喫したら、あなたの人生の終末と一緒に消え去るつもりでした。あなたが生きているうちには関係ないことだから、あなたに話したことはありませんでした。その世界ではあなたの母が8代目、つまりすでに私は人の世と接点を持ち、素晴らしいひなみ沢に満足して、さらに上の世界へ消え去った後の世界なのです。私はもう消え去っている後の世界だから、そこに私は現れることができない。
Okay.
でもそこにあんたの世界のかけらが紛れ込んでる。そしてそれが母にあった。つまりこういうことでしょう。母が8代目であることを母しか知らない。それを殺せばあんたが現れることができないという矛盾の力が消える。正解？
そうです。本来ならリカのお母さんがその世界の8代目であることは歴然とした事実であり、お母さんを殺したからといって変わることではありません。ですが異なる世界から漂着したリカには、それは例えるなら船をつなぎ止めるもやいと同じ。その事実を知るのがお母さんだけで幸いでした。もし他にも大勢知る人がいたなら、リカはその全員を殺さなければならなかった。
Jeez.
リカは元の世界に戻るために母を殺すべきか、この世界に留まるべきかを私に意見してもらいたかったのでしょう。
そうよ。
私もリカのいる世界がどういう世界かずっと調べていました。そしてそこがどういう世界なのかを理解し、やがてこの日が訪れることを予想していました。悩んだリカが私に相談することも、そしてその結果を受けて世界を選ぼうとすることも予想していました。だから悩みました。あなたをどう導くべきかを。神の世の言葉と違い、人の世の言葉は狭い。どう言葉を選んでも意味が偏る。
It's interesting. This choice is... The choice is to accept the fate you have and remain in this world, or destroy that fate and return to the world which you fought for. Fate.
あなたに本当の意味で選んでもらうためにはどう言葉をかけるべきか、本当に悩みました。そして今も悩んでいます。なぜならあなたが私に答えを委ねているから。私がこっちの世界にせよと助言したなら、そちらを選ぶ気でいる。そのために払う代価の責任を私に転嫁しながら。それは卑劣なことだし、そんなことで選んだ人生に価値はない。あなたはあまたの世界を渡り歩き、人の世の外側に足跡を残した人間として責任ある選択をしなくてはならない。私に頼ることなく、自分の力で。
言いたいことはわかるわ。あんたの言う通りにしたからこうなったなんて責任転嫁されたらたまらないもんね。自分の人生は自分で決めろってことくらい理解できるわ。
伝えたかったのです。私はリカと人生を一緒にできて幸せでした。そしてあまたの世界を共にし、ひなみ沢が優しい助け合いに満ちていたことを知りました。私の欲しかった世界は全て満たされたのです。だからリカが私のいない世界を選び、僕がこのまま消えてしまっても幸せだと、それを伝えたかったのです。羽生。
Hanyu had foreseen this. Foreseen that this world would grow ever warmer for me. But Hanyu herself was in opposition to this world. Any amount of discussing this with Hanyu, who was from the previous world, would only make it more difficult to forsake this one, that one. She had even anticipated that after discussing it with her, I would need to make a decision from an impartial viewpoint. That's why she said it. She wanted to accept whatever fate Rika Furude's decision gave her. She didn't want me to worry about her and live in the world that I liked the best.
仮にこの世界に生きることを選んだとして、あんたはどうなるの？
リカと僕の長い旅はその世界のルールで終焉します。つまりリカにはその世界での人生が、そして僕にはその世界ですでに終わってしまった事実が適用される。
つまりあんたは消えてしまうってことじゃない。
でもそれはとても心地よいことなのです。リカはそれを僕の死と考えるようですが、僕もその世界における自分は死んでいると最初はそう考えました。ですがその世界における羽生は消えてしまってはいますが、喜びに満ちているのです。あなたのお母さんと人生を共にして楽しい時間を過ごした。お母さんはまだ生きていますが、その世界の僕は優しさに包まれながら二度と目覚めぬまどろみの中で楽しい夢を見続けているのです。その温かさと心地よさはきっとこの世に生まれ入れる前の母の体内にも似ている。それを知ってしまったから、僕はリカがむしろその世界を受け入れた方がいいとすら思っているのですよ。
あんた本気？
リカも1000年を生きてみればこの温かさを理解できるようになりますのですよ。
I could feel an ecstasy in Hanyu's words. Hanyu had lived for a millennium, and she understood that in a way I couldn't.
冗談じゃない。私は100歳程度の若造だから理解不能よ。
リカ、もういい加減に僕のことを理由に選択肢から逃れるのをやめにしませんか？
That was the truth. My old world and this one are being weighed on scales in my heart. It isn't tipping, even slightly toward either side. Trying to shift the responsibility for choosing onto Hanyu was just me being irresponsible.
リカの選択の助けになるよ。私の知るその世界の蘇生を全て話しましょう。まず私たちに運命が打ち破れることを何度も教えてくれる前原圭一。彼はこの世界では転校してきません。
とっくに知ってるわ。クラスにいなかった。
圭一は一時期受験勉強のストレスから心を病みますが、元の世界のようにおもちゃの鉄砲で人を撃つような真似はしなかった。より心を強くしてその誘惑に耐え、ついに心の弱みを克服します。今の圭一は自らに胸を張れる強い意志を持った人間として待ち受ける受験に力強く臨もうとしています。
圭一の罪がないわけね。だから引っ越しもしない。
竜宮レナも両親の会社が潰れませんから、茨城への引っ越しをしませんでした。だから離婚も起きない。だからそれを理由にレナが罪を感じることもない。
Lena had no sin either.
園崎ミオンと園崎シオンは背中に入れ墨を入れる儀式の日、入れ替わりをしませんでした。
Ah,
なるほど。
okay.
学校のミオンがどことなく雰囲気が違うような気がしてた。ボードゲームが大好きなはずなのに、妹が詳しいなんて言い方をしてたし。
In English, yeah.
なるほど、納得ね。
だからミオンは当主跡継ぎの座を妹に押し付けることにならず、当主の修行をしながら日々を過ごしています。そしてシオンも本家の邪魔にならず、影から支えられるよう遠方の学園で一人今日も努力して頑張っています。
あの姉妹はかつて入れ墨の入れ替わりで互いに罪を感じ合っていた。それがないってことは、
Mia and Chion had no sin.
もうこれ以上話す必要もないでしょうが、北条聡子にも親殺しの罪がありません。聡子は義理の父との交流を深め、家族仲を再構築しました。そのため悪い病気に取りつかれることもなかった。
北条家も村と敵対せず、ひどい仕打ちも受けない。だから聡子には罪がない。いや、聡子たち一家にとってここは理想の世界ということね。
For Satoko and her family? Wait, no. Isn't this the ideal world for everybody? Kechi came to Himizawa because he had committed a sin. But in this world he didn't, and he was right now living his very best. Mona avoided her sad fate too, never sinned. She called herself by her given name, Rina, and was living happily. Mion and Shion were leading happy lives too. Without the tattoo incident, they were friendly sisters the way they'd been born. They were forced to live apart due to family matters, but that wouldn't be enough to tear them apart. For Satoko, this world was exactly the world of her dreams. Surrounded by the warmth of her family and big brother, she was leading a bright and healthy life. This is the world that I, as her friend, should be wishing for the most. For Satoshi, well, this was the only world in which he still existed. In all the worlds I've been to, this was the only one where he was alive. Satoshi couldn't exist anywhere but here. In Rika Furude. For Rika, this world was... Maybe I had 0 friends. Compared to my old world, that was very sad. But I could change that now through time and effort. Maybe I was sad Kechi wasn't here, but Kechi was living a resolute life in the place he originally lived. Instead I had Satoshi. He wasn't the same as Ketchy, but he was very kind and considerate. Even the club I was disappointed didn't exist could start the very next day if I wanted it to. With the Hoijo siblings, Mion, Wena, and me, and maybe my other classmates too. What would the club be like with so many people? I didn't think I'd be able to compare it to the fun we had with Ketchy and the rest. I knew I wouldn't be able to place one over the other. My parents were in this world, and I already learned how to interact with them as Rika Furude, who had regained the love of her family. My parents weren't in the previous world, but I had lively roommates that wouldn't leave me feeling lonely. Satoko and Hanyu. If I chose this world, I have to say goodbye to Hanyu, the friend I spent 100 years with. Friend? No. If what Hanyu said was true, then she was my ancestor and a mother to me. Which meant she was on the exact same level as my father and mother. She was my family. My parents and Hanyu were both very important to me. I couldn't possibly weigh them against each other.
その世界は誰かの夢が作り出した理想の世界なのです。あなたに関わるすべての人間に罪がない。それはとてもとても純粋で透き通った美しい世界なのです。その世界では私はすでに消え去っており、リカの人生を汚していない。だから僕にも罪がない。そしてリカ、あなたも自らの人生を汚していないから罪がない。あの高野にすら罪がない。誰から誰まで罪がない。
A sinless world.
真っ白な世界。そうです。今のリカはその世界を選ぶことができます。これは僕にも預かり知れない運命のサイコロの神様が100年の旅の果てにくださった貴重な機会なのかもしれません。もう少し慈悲深い与え方だったらよかったのにね。ですからその神様は元の世界へ戻る道も与えてくれました。
By committing the gravest sin of matricide, you can choose to release yourself from this endless paradise.
ハニュ、あんたは娘に撃たれたって言ってたわね。私が自分の人生を選ぶために母殺しを繰り返すことをどう思う？リカのお母さんならこう言うでしょう。娘が幸せになれるなら自分の命など欲しくないと。リカにはまだわかりません。子を持ち母となった身にしかわからぬ気持ちです。かつて一度は母になったからわかる。もしリカが元の世界の方が幸せだったと言えるなら、リカのお母さんは喜んでその命を差し出すでしょう。まさかあの人に限ってそんなこと言うわけないでしょ。頭は大丈夫って言われてヒステリックに叫ばれるだけよ。
But then I remembered my mother smiled when we made curry together. Would it be so strange if such fearsome words came from her mouth?
僕は娘に撃たれたことを後悔していません。そのおかげで娘に引き継がれたかもしれない罪が払われたのです。私が命を惜しんでいたら娘もまた私と同じように迫害されていたかもしれないのですから。でもあんたを撃った娘の気持ちを考えたことはある？
死んだ方は気楽よね。勝手に献身美徳によって成仏できる。でもね、殺した方はその十字架を背負ってずっと生きていくのよ。あんたさっき言わなかった？あんたを撃った娘があんたのために助け合いの心の宿でひなみ沢を作ると誓ったって。そして1000年かけてあんたの娘たちはあんたの罪に付き合ったのよ。あんたは死ぬべきじゃなかったんじゃない？何の罪を背負わされたのか知らないけど生きて戦うべきだった。子孫が罪を背負わずに済むように戦うべきだった。なのにあんたが屈したから1000年もの間あんたの子孫たちがあんたの十字架を背負い続けた。そうじゃないの。
Hanyu was silent. That, without a doubt, was Hanyu's sin. It was easy to die for her daughter's sake, but her daughter's guilt would never heal. But when Hanyu answered, she remained undaunted.
ならリカ、私は生きて戦うべきだったというリカ。あなたはその世界にいる今、どうするというのですか？その世界にいるという現実を受け入れ、元の世界と異なるいくつかの違和感と戦いながら、その世界で生きることを望みますか？100年の果てに掴んだ手垢と汗にまみれた、それでもなお美しいあの世界を見捨てて。
She was right. Maybe this world was beautiful, but that didn't mean the way my old world shone wasn't beautiful too. Why wouldn't it be? We'd won that fate after such a long journey.
そしてあなたは100年の末に掴んだあの世界を元の世界と今なお呼ぶなら、この世界の居心地がどんなに良くてもそれを全て投げ捨ててこの世界に留まりたい気持ちを打ち払って戦ってでも元の世界へ帰るべきなのではないですか？
Both worlds offer endless possibilities towards its future. Both are perfect in its ways. This world, able to create a new club, able to gain new friends. The old world, able to create stronger bonds between us, create new friends.
あなたに関わる人々が罪から解放されたこの世界を打ち壊してでも。
It's an impossible choice. My daughter tells me to fight. You too should fight. To fight is to not defeat and overcome the obstacles before you. In the end, that is no more than a simple detour in the straight path before you. To truly fight is to make your own choices. At every choice in life, at every crossroads, people hesitate. Having one choice brightly illuminated and then selecting it, such a predetermined choice is not a fight. When no matter how many times you're presented with the choice, you choose the same one, it's inevitability. A real choice is when you truly think and worry, when you never know which you should choose. It is precisely the same as the choice between the red box and blue box you spoke of once before. Will you choose the red box or the blue? To choose without guidance demands incredible courage and determination. That is a true choice. If you knew what was in the boxes, it would no longer be a choice. It is because you do not know what is inside that you can be satisfied with what is in the box you choose. If you knew the contents of the other, it could lead to despair. Being left at a crossroads with no guidance and no hints is what it means to live. You may lazily continue to choose the right or knock over the sign and choose at random. You may also search carefully for hints, worrying over how beneficial the left or right would be and remain at the crossroads forever. Thus, you would be able to accept the final result of rating you as your own responsibility, would you not? You would not grow old and go into your coffin wanting advice from your parents, would you? Worry, choose, and go forward. That is the fight. I earnestly worried and chose my own life. My daughters earnestly worried and chose their own lives. For each and every one of us, that is sacred, it is precious. The descendant 1,000 years later must not sully that. All who lived in that age were always beautiful. You must not speak of their lives using the values of later generations.
Finally, とても重要なことを話しますです。リカと僕をつなぐそのカモの御事乗りの力はもうじきその力を永遠に失います。僕がその世界に干渉することは永遠にありません。
あんたにありがたい説教をもらうのも今夜限りってわけね。
それからもう一つ、リカのお母さんに現れたかけらは明日の日没と同時にその力を永遠に失います。失うのは消えるという意味じゃない。リカの手でかけらを取り戻せる機会が永遠に失われるという意味です。
つまり明日の夕方までに決断しなくちゃ元の世界に戻るという選択肢もなくなるってことね。選択を保留するという第三の選択肢はないってことか。
いいえ、選択を逃げ最後の時間にわざと目をつむり消極的にその世界にとどまる道を選ぶこともできます。その場合は積極的に選んだ場合と違った生き方になるでしょうが。
Whether or not I choose proactively was also whether or not I would accept this world. If I continue to live here without accepting it, I would drag along all the distress that I currently held forever. Compared to that, maybe it would be a lot better just to choose one or the other. But even that wasn't easy. Hanyu had said that very distress itself was the battle.
さあ、リカ、戦いなさい。その戦いは明日の日没まで続く。でも、どうか逃げないで。なぜなら、どちらの世界を決断したとしても、その世界は必ず素晴らしいものだから。あの100年を戦い抜き、得た世界が素晴らしかったように、戦い抜いて選んだ世界は必ず素晴らしくなる。だからリカ、決して戦わぬことで片方を選ばぬように。悩まぬ選択肢の結果に人間が満足することは絶対にないのだから。
ありがとう、羽生。私、戦ってみるわ。この選択と、もし あなたと再会できるなら元の世界で、もしこの世界だったならゆっくりと休んで1000年の疲れを癒して。今日までありがとう。本当にありがとう。私、あなたの力のおかげで自分の人生を何度でもやり直せるものだと勘違いしてきた。そんな私じゃきっと元の世界に生きてもどっかでおかしくなったと思う。何かにちょっとでもつまずいたらやり直せばいいやって簡単に考えたと思う。そんなんじゃ素晴らしい世界になんてなるわけないよね。その意味ではあなたがこの力を私に使わなければよかったという罪もちょっぴりだけ理解できるわ。でもそれは軽い人生を歩んできた私の罪でもある。あまたの世界でサイコロを振り直すと称して自分の命を粗末にした。この世界はそんな私に人生の重さを教えてくれたんだと思う。その末がどっちに転んでも素敵な世界だなんて本当にラッキーじゃない。私は多分あまたの世界で一番幸運な人間に違いないわ。ありがとう、羽生。こんなバカで身の程知らずの私に最後の最後まで温かな言葉をかけてくれて私一生懸命悩むよ。いっぱいいっぱい悩んで本当に本当に素敵な世界をつかみ取るから。だからありがとう、羽生。ねえ、返事してよ。
The crystal ball was now quiet and cold in my hands, and gave off only a dull reflection of the flashlight that illuminated me. I shed all the tears I could. I thought if I didn't, I would hesitate when it came time to choose. So I cried out everything I had, and I thanked her for our 100-year relationship. Because depending on my choice, I might never get to say those words again. Then I replaced the crystal ball on the altar. It was now just a marble, swept out of the storehouse and crawled back into bed. There's no way I was going to sleep. At least that was I thought, until I wrapped myself in and felt the cool wind on my bare feet, and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Rika was going to sleep. I was going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, me. And the sun rose again on another wonderful day for Rika. She took her first step, Her first small effort to become friends with her classmates again. And at home she was wrapped in her parents' love. And the sun brightening her wonderful day, fell behind the mountains and disappeared. Long, long ago, there was a god who appeared before mankind. Bread rained down from the heavens, some lamented that it was not meat. Meat rained down from the heavens, some lamented that they preferred bread. God descended down from the heavens, till I know what will make all happy, water shall rain down. Water rained down from the heavens, all lamented that their clothes grew wet. Fire rained down from the heavens, all lamented that their homes burned down. God descended from the heavens, until I know what will make all happy, nothing shall rain down. Nothing rained down from the heavens, some lamented that God had abandoned them. Many things rained down from the heavens, so lamented that God would not make a choice. Huge rocks rained down from the heavens, at long last there were none who lamented. Water rained down from the heavens, a passing traveler was grateful. God, thank you for the unexpected weather, this journey will never be dull. God said nothing and watched him leave, all for the best. God's and I should both be silent.
あら、私がわかりますか、リカちゃん？
わかりますです。ここは。
After hearing that answer, the nurse burst out of the room in sheer surprise. How rude.
イリー先生は？大至急呼んで。リカちゃんの意識が戻りましたって伝えてください。
My head hurts.
よかった。本当によかった。何があったか覚えてますか？
ここは診療所ですか？
そうです。あなたはお友達とひなみ沢へ帰る途中、事故に遭って頭部を強打し、ずっと意識が戻らなかったのです。このままもう意識が帰ってこないのではないかと危ぶまれていました。よかった。本当によかった。
Yuri even had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke. I was still just a little scared. I wanted to make sure this was the world I knew so well. So I mustered my courage and asked Ire.
ええ、お友達のみんなもとても心配していたんですよ。さとこちゃんはもちろん、前原さんもミオンさんもレナさんも。残念ながらサトシ君はまだ目を覚ませる状態にはありませんが。
僕のお母さんは？
記憶がまだ少し混乱しているようですね。長く意識が戻らないとよくあることです。
死んでるのですか？
ええ、2年前の綿流しの日に。眠っている間、お母さんの夢を見ていたのですか？
ありがとう。もういいのです。
Knowing that my mother's dead gives me a complex feeling. But there wasn't any doubt that this was the new world I knew so well. And according to Yuri, it had been a little over a month since the accident. After telling me he'd be right back, he scrambled out of the room. Moved to my hospital room filled with the voices of cicadas. I could do nothing but wander through my vague memories for a time. I was fooling around on my bike while heading home from playing at the pool with everyone. Got hit by a car, right? But the world I woke to after that is still vivid in my mind. And if this is my original world, then after grappling with that difficult choice, I chose my old world. And safely ended my long journey to return to it. Or was that all just a long dream I had, like Yuri said, while I was in a coma from the accident? I didn't know.
Hanyu, いる? よかった。目覚めた時にあんたが最初に見つからない世界は本当に心細いんだから。
そんなこと今までに一度だってありましたですか？いつだってリカが目を覚ました時には一番最初に目に入るのはこの僕なのですよ。
Hanyu speaks to me while waving an affectionate expression. But her saying that at length just makes me remember the world of just a few moments ago. Because for the first time, Hanyu wasn't there when I woke up.
Hanyu, あの世界は夢だったの？それとも現実？
リカの言っている意味がよくわかりませんのです。何かありましたのですか？
本気で言ってるの？
リカが何の話をしているのか僕にはわかりませんのです。
Was Hanyu playing dumb? Or was she telling the truth? I couldn't tell.
じゃあ、私がさっきまでいたあの世界は何？夢なの？
夢です。
Hanyu answered immediately, and hearing that convinced me. That sunless world was no dream.
じゃあ、私はこの手でまさか。
My mother had the fragment. I should have been able to return to my original world without killing her. If I was here, that meant I killed her. And then after I killed her, I had to kill myself, like usual, to send myself to the world of gods. And conveniently, when I die, it goes back through my memories right before the event and tears them apart. So it was only natural that my memories of personally killing my mother didn't remain. Trembling, I looked at the palms of my hands. They were pure white, pale and bloodless. Now that was just it. That alone made me remember the feeling spread across my hands, that warm, sticky, sliming sensation. My fragment welled up inside me. Something inside me was desperately holding back the memories of that alien world. Crying out for some reason, desperately holding them back. Because if they spilled out, they would surely swallow me whole.
Rika, 落ち着きなさいのです。
Hanyu put her hand to my forehead and I felt as though something was grabbing my lungs in a fist. A sense of suffocation, like something was squeezing the breath out of me. But it was squeezing those feelings about to swallow me up too, and they couldn't come up any further. In exchange for the choking sensation, I gulped down the rising emotions, beginning to steadily regain my composure. Hanyu realized it and took her hand away.
落ち着きましたのですか？リカは長く眠っていましたから混乱しているのでしょう。しばらくは入江の言う通りお薬を飲んだりして静養するといいのです。
羽生、でも教えて。あの世界は本当に。
ほら、みんなが来ましたのですよ。僕はお邪魔でしょうからしばらく姿を消しますのです。
I started to hear many footsteps running down the hallway. Hanyu whirled around as though pivoting on her heel and vanished. In exchange, the hospital door clattered violently opened, and my beloved club member friends appeared.
Rika! Rika!
Satoko.
おいおい、サトコ。リカちゃんは病み上がりなんだぞ。いきなりひっついちゃ。
いいんだよ、ケイチ君。よかった。本当によかった。
Clinging to me, Satoko fell to her knees on the spot and started bawling without hesitation.
おかえり、リカちゃん。私たちは絶対にリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたよ。
ああ、俺たち全員が一つのことを信じたとき、絶対に奇跡が起こるんだからな。高野さんたちとのあのすげえ戦いだって、全員が奇跡を信じたから勝利できたんじゃねえか。
みんなね、必ずリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたよ。毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。必ず明日は目覚めるって信じて、毎日お見舞いに来てたんだよ。
監督が言うには少々記憶に混乱が出てるって話。まさかとは思うけど、おじさんたちのことを忘れちゃいないよね。
サトコとレナ、ケイチのことはわかりますが、ミーのことはわかりませんのです。ニパ
ー大丈夫みたいだな。
This was something I couldn't have ever asked before. But just to make absolutely sure this was really my original world, I asked anyway, pretending my memory was still confused.
サトシは来ないのですか？
Satoko gave a somewhat wanly smile and spoke.
ニーニーは一昨年に家出しちゃったきり帰ってこないじゃありませんの。リカったら忘れん坊さんですわね。
Her expression makes my chest tighten. She was definitely the Satoko from my original world.
なるほど。確かに多少記憶が混乱してるみたいだね。一過性だそうだから気にすることはないってさ。寝起きに電話もらったら寝ぼけて変なこと言っちゃうのと同じだそうだから。
そうだね。だって1ヶ月近くもずっと眠ってたお寝坊さんだもんね。その1ヶ月の間、夢を見ていた気がしますです。私たちが心配してたのはよそにずいぶん気楽なことでございますわね。そこはとっても不思議な世界だった気がします。
そこはここと同じひなみ沢なのですが、いろいろなところが違っていました。まず圭一がいませんのです。
おいおい、なんだよ、俺だけのけ者かよ。
それは圭一が鉄砲の事件を起こしていない世界だからなのですよ。圭一があれだけ後悔したあの事件がない世界。それだけじゃないのです。
I realized this would be my only chance to confess to my own sin. Everyone listened as I told them all about that world. Whenever some small thing was different, they respond one way or the other about it. But they listened to me seriously.
そして僕がここにいるということは、その世界とこの世界を天秤にかけ、こっちの世界を選んだからだと思いますです。
それは多分三途の川のこっちと向こうだね。臨死体験ってやつだと思うよ。向こうの世界を選んでいたらリカちゃんは多分帰ってこられなかったね。
向こうを選べば確かに僕は帰ってこなかったと思いますのです。
俺たちはみんなリカちゃんが帰ってくるって信じてたぜ。そしてリカちゃんも帰ると信じたから、お互いの手が届き合ったってことなんだろうな。眠りながらリカちゃんも帰ってくるために努力したってことなんだろうと思うぜ。偉い偉い。
Keiji grinned and patted my head, but it seemed like he was mistaken what I meant. I then returned. I compared that world and this one and chosen this one. Why had I chosen this world? Because this one was more comfortable to be in. Satoko was always with me, everyone in the club was here and they were nice to me and spoiled me. But all that was still a world built on top of everyone's sins and misfortune. In other words, I had chosen to sacrifice the others for my own happiness. Shameless way, self-centered way, and selfish way. Everyone was fulfilled in that world. Only I wasn't. But I knew that I too could be happy there if I put in the hard work. But at the very end, I had chosen this world. I chose the world where I could rest on my laurels atop the suffering and tears of my friends.
それはとっても面白そうな世界だね。ありがとう。レナたちのことをせめて夢の中だけでも幸せにしてくれたんだね。
Lena smiled as she said that. Only she seemed to understand what I really meant by what I said.
でもね、もしその2つの世界をレナにも選ばせてもらえるなら、レナはこっちの世界を選んで正解だと思うかな。どうしてなのですか？確かにレナにとってお母さんの離婚はとっても悲しい出来事だった。そのせいでいろいろなことが変わっちゃったけど、でもそのおかげで学び取ったたくさんのこともある。だからね、リカちゃんの言う向こうの世界のレイナはきっとこの世界のレナよりも人間的に劣っていると思う。リカちゃんはレナのことをレイナであっても模範的な人間だと夢で思ってくれたようだけど、レナが本当にレイナだった時はあまり尊敬できる人じゃなかった。だからレナはお母さんの離婚は とても辛くて悲しいことだったけど、人生の試練の一つだったんじゃないかなって今は受け入れることができるもん。
人生の試練やあるいは挫折が人を成長させるってのは確かにあるね。
そうだな。レナの言うのは俺にもわかるぜ。その世界の俺はひなみ沢に来てねえが、多分ろくでもないやつだったと思うぜ。あの事件は確かに俺にとって生涯忘れちゃいけない痛恨の極みだ。俺は死ぬまで反省していかなきゃならないと思う。でもあの事件をきっかけにレナが言うように俺もたくさんの大切なことを学んだ。過去のあの事件をなかったことにできる世界があったらってのは確かに魅力的ではあるかもしれない。でも俺はそんなことを思いはしないぜ。今日という日の前原圭一を積み上げてきた大切な礎の一つだと思ってる。
それを言ったら私もですわ。甘ったれてた以前の私だったら、ニーニーがいる限りずっと甘え続けていましたもの。ニーニーがいなくならない世界があったらというのは確かに魅力的なお誘いではありますけど、でも甘ったれた私がニーニーと一緒にいても何の意味もないんですもの。なら私はこの世界の方がいいですわ。今の自分なら胸を張ってニーニーの帰りを待てますもの。
本当にみんなそう思うのですか？罪は消せないとあれだけ悩み苦しんだのに、その罪がないことになっている綺麗な世界を選べる選択肢を自ら拒否するというのですか？
レナはこっちの世界の方が尊いと思うよ。
どうしてですか？
だってこの世界の今日という未来は全員で勝ち取ったんだもん。その世界のみんなはただダラダラ生きてるだけでしょ？
ダラダラと。それでいて罪なく生きることは罪なのでしょうか？
罪じゃないよ。でもこちらの方が尊い。温室で育った苦労知らずの花も美しいと思う。でも風雨や暑さ寒さに耐えて花を咲かせた野花には美しさだけじゃないものが宿るんじゃないかな。レナはそういうものの大切さを言ってるだけ。傷だらけの野花に何を恥じることがあるの？
でも温室で育つのと野原で育つのを選べと言われたら。
わかった。そこがそもそもリカちゃんの間違いなんだね。だってレナたちは野に芽生えた野花だもの。花を咲かせた後にありえなかった未来を想像してそれと比べるのは何の意味もないことだよ。リカちゃんの話は花より上の人ならざる存在の目線での話だもん。その2つの世界のどちらが幸せか、それを論じることができるのは2つの世界を行き来できる神様だけ。でもリカちゃんという人間は一つの世界にしか存在しない。そうじゃない。どちらの世界にもいるけど行き来はできない。野花のリカちゃんも温室のリカちゃんもどちらも存在する。そしてどちらもその世界の運命に従い 胸を張って生きていると思うよ。その時野花が温室で育ったなら何も苦労がなかっただろうになんていう時点でそれはもうおかしいことなの。根付き芽生えた場所で精一杯育って精一杯の花を咲かせる。
もしも自分が大金持ちの家に生まれてたらなーなんて負け犬の寝言もいいところですわよ。そんな妄想する暇があったらまずは安いスーパーを探して小銭を倹約する努力を始めなさいませですわ。
そうだな。そうして自分に胸を張る聡子は、仮に聡子が大金持ちの世界があったとして、そこの聡子と比べたとしても何も劣っているということはないと思うぞ。
まあ確かに選べるなら大金持ちの方がいいでございますけれども。
リカちゃんはこうしてこっち側の世界で目が覚めてもまだ迷っているんじゃないかな。本当にこっちでよかったのか、向こうでもよかったんじゃないかなって未練があるんじゃないかな。
Those words were probably the root of these cheerless feelings. I love this world, but I couldn't help but be troubled given the depth of my own sin, of abandoning that world and insisting everyone else be sinners. Shouldn't I have chosen that world for the sake of everyone I loved? They are unanimously decided that this world was better, but in a way it was just acceptance, since they hadn't been granted the choice of selecting one of the two. That was why everyone fought positively and went with this world. If they could have actually chosen, they'd all be conflicted too.
やっぱりね。だからリカちゃんはその胸の奥にある悲しみが癒せないんだね。
And yet only one of us seemed to have figured everything out.
そうだ、リカちゃんにもわかるようにゲームで説明してあげるね。ねえみーちゃん、今日飴玉持ってきてなかった？
あるけど。
What was he going to do? Then Rena grabbed it with both her hands and stuck them out towards me.
さあ、リカちゃんにプレゼントだよ。どっちの手の中身がいいかな？
みー、外れると罰ゲームになったりはしないのですか？
ほう、そんなのないよ。安心して選んで。
Even considering how we usually did club games, there really were no hints at all. I looked at the size of Rena's fist, but I couldn't begin to guess which had the candy in it. Or whatever. Time to test my luck.
では、こっちのグーを選びますのです。
こっちね。はい。
Rena opened her fist and revealed candy. I must have made the right choice.
おめでとう。はい、あーして。
なのです。
おいしい？
It was a standard but nostalgic taste of strawberry milk. As it shrunk as I rolled it around in my mouth and sucked on it, I couldn't help but give a smile.
おいしいのですよ。みぱーん。
嬉しい？じゃあリカちゃんの世界は幸せだね。
二択の勝負に勝ったのでとても嬉しいのです。勝利の美酒は美味しいのですよ。
ねえリカちゃん、どうして勝利なの？
Rena showed me her other palm, the one I didn't choose. In her hand, she was holding 2 pieces of candy. In other words, the one I chose was wrong. At that moment, and this was really obvious, but I realized how merry I had been feeling.
今のその気持ちがリカちゃんの気持ちの正体に近いんじゃない？異なる世界と比べるという時点で、それが人の身には過ぎたことなんだよ。それを比べ悩むのは神様の仕事。レナたちの仕事じゃない。与えられる世界は常に一つで、その世界で幸せを見つけるようにできてるの。リカちゃんはその夢の中では2つの世界を行き来できる神様だから、そういう気持ちになってしまう。だからね、反対の手の中なんて気にしちゃダメなの。
I was a witch who had lived 100 years in countless worlds. That was exactly why I always believed I was special. Someone who would overcome millions of choices to gain happiness, that I was able to gain happiness, that I was sure too. But I had it completely backwards. I wasn't any better than anyone else. When it came to finding happiness, I was the worst of them all. Then I remembered how Hanyu had so curtly and quickly told me the other world was a dream. It wasn't a dream. But now I had chosen that this was reality, and that really was nothing more than a dream. When a cat is in a box, you can imagine 2 futures, one where it's alive and one where it's dead. But when you open it, there's only one future. The other future at that moment becomes no more than a dream. The one who opens it accepts the future inside and lives. Worrying about which of the 2 futures in the box was better was a job for those who weren't human, those who could interfere with the contents. As a mere human being, I had awkwardly trodden in the world of gods, which was why I misunderstood some important things, wasn't it? In that world, Hanyu had regrets. She regretted having used the power of the gods to interfere with my life. And now I finally understood why. She was quite clear about it. She cruelly said that people had to live the best they could in their world. I had to stop being this witch. Yes, I knew now that I was not the witch named Burn Castle, but Rika Furude. My copy had lived for 100 years, bending fate to her whim, and maybe she still exists in some higher dimension than this human world. But that was no longer who I was. I was Rika Furude. In this world I would live, and in this world I would seize happiness. I mustn't use that power ever again, which meant I had to make sure not to treat my own life without respect from now on, which meant
交通事故には気をつけようってことね。
はあそうだな
そうだよ。もう二度と自転車に乗ってるときはふざけちゃダメだよ。
そうね。まったくその通りだわ。そんな当たり前のことも理解してないお子様が魔女気取りなんだもん。そりゃ全然ダメなわけだわ。
皆さん、とりあえず今日はこのくらいにしてください。リカさんもだいぶ体力が衰えているはずです。もちろん明日以降も面会できますので、今日はこれくらいで休ませてあげましょう。
Coach appeared and clapped his hands together, but my friends weren't finished saying goodbye just yet.
リカ、もう 大丈夫ですか？
ありがとう。口下手のあんたに代わってレナが全部説明してくれたわ。もう大丈夫。
リカが次に命を落とすとき、僕はその運命を受け入れようと思いますです。
そうね。私もそれでいいんじゃないかと思うわ。車道でふざけてるお子様がはねられる事故なんて日本中で毎日起こってる。それがひなみ沢でも起きたってだけのことよ。悔しかったら私も今度から赤信号は渡らないようにしなきゃ。でもあんたはそれでいいの？私がいないと寂しくなるってかつてあれだけダダをこねていたのに。
もう大丈夫ですよ。新しい友人ができましたのですから。
へえ、誰よ？紹介してよ。
教えませんのです。ああ。
そういうことか。
Special friend, huh?
ということは私はつまりフルでリカなのね。
リカがそう思うならそうなのですよ。
ありがとう。
何に対してのありがとうですか？
いろいろよ。
After Yuri admonished everyone else, they all glumly got ready to go home. Hanyu too was about to disappear, but I clapped my fist into my hand as if remembering something and spoke to her.
ねえ、ハニ
ュ。何ですか？
私、向こうの世界であんたに元の世界に戻れたら冷蔵庫をシュークリームでいっぱいにしてやるって約束したんだけど、あれって夢だからチャラなのよね。せめてもの仕返しよ。
リカ、明日のお見舞いに何か持ってきますわ。何か食べたいものはございますの？
確かリカちゃん辛いのが好きだったよね。極楽のデパートで韓国食材フェアとかやってなかったっけ？激辛キムチとか売ってなかったかな？
甘いのが食べたいです。甘いの？うん、どんなのがいい？
じゃあショートケーキとかみんなで買ってくるか。エンジェルモートのは特にうまいんだよな。
ならエンジェルモートのシュークリームにしましょうです。安くてもいいからお腹いっぱい食べたいのですよ。
食べる元気が出てきたのはいいことです。何でもよく食べて元の元気を取り戻していきましょう。では皆さん、面会時間はこれで終わりです。
Everyone began to leave. Hanyu too.
これで貸し借りはなしね。
僕は何も貸してませんのですよ。
そうね。あれは夢だもんね。
おやすみです、リカ。良い夢を。
Good night. Good night, Rika, for your day. And please treat the future you won with care. Thank you. Alright. After I get out, first thing I'll do is go visit my parents' grave. They realized something just now. Why I had to kill my mother to return to this world. The fragment coming out when I killed her or whatever wasn't the problem. Choosing a world in which my mother wasn't here was already killing her. Until now I'd chosen this world without feeling any sorrow for it. And for killing my mother every time. That was what you wanted me to realize, wasn't it? The sins you feel in me. That's probably one of them. I stopped respecting my parents. And I finally realized that in the other world. Rika, thank you for realizing. I feel as though the most important sin I felt from you has been cleansed. I will be okay, Rika. Your hands are not stained with your mother's blood. That was all something I showed you because I wanted to be mean to you for a little. All just a dream. May you forget all of it when you awaken from your slumber. Good night, Rika. Sleep deep, as I dream of how you will color your wife in the future. That chapter was about Rika becoming something that a human was never meant to be. Just like Takano tried to become a god, so that Rika, she saw two different worlds, two beautiful worlds. She had an impossible choice to make. But as a human, she still made a choice. And I don't blame her for it. I don't at all. Anybody would be burdened with that choice. That's why humans aren't burdened with it. That's why we aren't allowed to see the end point of every choice we make. Well, guys, we did it. We finished Higurashi When They Cry. Finish Higurashi When They Cry. God. You know, for the past couple of days, I've been thinking of what I should say at the end. You know, after I finish the chapter, what should I say at the end? What words can I describe this experience, this one of the greatest stories I've ever experienced? How can I describe it? How can I describe over 110 hours of me going through this story? How can I put it into words? I have to say, I'm happy with my choice. You know, there's a world out there where Void never played Higurashi. You know, I bet he's happy too. But I'm very happy here. This I think the biggest thing about this game was that I didn't see it coming. I did not come into this game expecting it to be my favorite fictional story of all time. I didn't at all. I always thought it was just some, violent, game of like, oh, cute anime girls, and they turn violent halfway through. That's the twist. Not this, where it reflects on like human choices, human connection, community, politics, what it means to be a doctor, how people are connected, how we make choices every single day. God, oh my God, it's just here at the end of it all. This is it. This is the last one. This is it. I've been playing this game every single week for the past year. And I just need to say, I want to thank every single person who has even watched a minute of these game videos. Every single person. It doesn't matter. Even a single minute of me bawling my fucking eyes out to this masterpiece. This just amazing story. I want to thank every single person who has ever commented on a video of this at all, because I've loved reading through them, of seeing people's other perspectives on it. Literally, people writing paragraphs upon paragraphs of it. I loved reading every second of it. People, making jokes here and there. It doesn't matter what comment it was. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I loved reading through all of them. I love this fucking game. I love this fucking story. This experience. This. I loved every single moment of it. From 50 minutes from the first episode to 7 hours. Every single goddamn minute I've been happy. Enjoying this game. This beautiful story. Also, if you guys want to recommend me any other games, be free to do it. I know the most recommended game. I know, guys. Trust me, I know. But also, I want to thank my friends once again for doing the intro bit. That stupid intro bit I came up with. I want to thank them. So yeah, guys. If you guys enjoy this type of content, hit that subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. If you want to tell me something, put it down in comments below. Want to check out the Discord server I own in on my Twitter? Check the description below. And yeah, guys, this has been Higurashi When They Cry. I'll see you guys in the next Let's Play. See ya!